All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live inside Bishop Kelley High School for the 5A district duels. The duel you're watching right now, Pryor Tigers are taking on the Guthrie Bluejays, and we are on the Guthrie news page, the Guthrie Network, where we are going to bring you live action here today of Guthrie Wrestling. Going to be a fun matchup today. We're going to run 4 duels consecutively, so we're going to run each duel, I was told, is going to be on this same mat for Guthrie. And we're just going to do one duel right after the other until we conclude this. So if you are at home watching, we thank you so much for tuning in to the Guthrie News page. I am Sean Silvis, alongside my beautiful bride, Lindsay Silvis, who is running the camera and the score clock today. I want to apologize ahead of time if you are a Pryor fan and you are watching today. We will do our best to get the names correct and spelled right, but I want to warn you, it is hard to read the coach's handwriting, and I don't know these athletes, so if they're not going to announce them, it's going to be difficult for me to know who they are. Several kids weighed in at each weight for Pryor, so at each weight there's a couple kids, and I'm not sure which is going to be which. So I will do my best to eavesdrop over there at the head table, try to find names, or if we can hear coaches yelling particular names, we'll try to get those right. But if not, we're just going to call them the kid from Pryor, and you guys at home will know who they are, and we will go from there. Just want to welcome everyone again. Sorry, I'm over here looking to see what we got going on. Supposed to be kicking off right at noon. Is that not the Pryor Tigers? Who is that team over there? That's Tulsa Edison. Well, I do apologize, folks. We're not wrestling Pryor. It looks like instead of Pryor, I got this wrong, we're going to be wrestling Tulsa Edison first. So you're going to have to bear with me for a second while we get some of these graphics up and going. Already not off to the best start here for the broadcast. I apologize. So I'm going to put you back on crowd nose as we watch these, and I will get you guys fixed up. Have to fix it. You said this is Tulsa Edison? Edison. Hey, what's a green team? What's a team that's green? What's that? What weight are we on right now? 112? 32? Are you keeping track of the dual score? Okay. Let's see what this looks like on the graphic real quick. Yeah, hold on, not yet. I know. We've got a red and a blue. Not changing the graphic. We'll go ahead and try the next one. I don't have the colors right, but it's not changing the graphic colors, but that's up to the team in there. All right, folks, I am back. I do apologize for the delay, trying to get all these graphics picked up. Kind of hard to know what's going on here, but Luke Lyons of Guthrie in on a high C here against the Tulsa Edison wrestler. Gets himself 3 points for the takedown as he gets under a minute in the first period. Currently up 3-0 in the dual. Dual score. Looks like we started at 126 pounds. Not sure if there were forfeits, but the dual score is 12-0 with just the two matches that were wrestled. So I assume we're going to come back through the heavyweights and come back and wrestle up to 126 pounds. So there'll be 3 matches after the heavyweights. Luke Lyons now here going for near fall and a cradle. As the Tulsa Edison wrestler seems to be out of harm from a pinfall, but he is currently fighting off his back with 25 seconds left to go. He's got a heavy high bridge. He's got his inside arm out. Luke Lyons trying to settle in and get his knee in the back. Now he's bellying down, trying to get on top. The shoulder's getting closer. You can see it in the there's an adjustment he made. That's going to be trouble here under 8 seconds. Tulsa Edison wrestler trying to get his elbow up. Luke Lyons in that last-minute adjustment was able to pick up the fall with about 5 seconds left to go. Nicely done there by Luke Lyons, as the Tulsa Edison wrestler was fighting off well until the end. We're going to come up to 100 and 44 pounds. £144, Colton Stevens for Guthrie. Gets a quick takedown for 3 against Tulsa Edison. Colton Stevens now works for the cradle, the second cradle we've seen today, as Tulsa Edison now finds himself in trouble as Colton Stevens picks up near fall. Again, 25 seconds to go. He's going to have to make some adjustments if he wants to pick up the fall. Edison now in on a high C, was able to catch the leg of Colton Stevens. Not able to escape here, but able to get off his back and make something happen. Going to be the second period. As we get back to action, Colton Stevens of Guthrie currently up 7-0. As Tulsa Edison now trying to fight hands. He's got wrist control. Stevens tries to take a shot. Both hands caught up now. Tulsa Edison gets in on an outside single on the left side, trying to pull that in. He's got his hands locked. Stevens trying to get his leg back. Went for a spladle on the far side, not able to lock it in. Tulsa Edison now got the knee up high, working hard here. Stevens able to stomp down, goes for a big-time headlock. Edison rolls through, and Tulsa Edison picks up 3 points for the takedown, and as he hits the ground, locks his hands. That's eventually going to be an extra point for Colton Stevens. But now we start wrestling here. Stevens is going to get the reversal with this cradle. He gets 1 point for locked hands and then 3 more for the reversal. As Tulsa Edison trying to keep it interesting here, but Colton Stevens now has a cradle locked up tight, 45 seconds to go. This one is a little bit tighter than the last. Tulsa Edison wrestler trying to get his inside arm up, but not able to. And that's going to be another 6 points for the fall going to Guthrie. Current dual score, 18-0. Guthrie out to a 3-pin lead. That's going to be 6 points every time they get a pinfall. And that puts Guthrie up 24-0 over As we're back to action here in the first period of the 150-pound matchup. Tulsa Edison out to a quick takedown over Guthrie as he picks up 3 points in the first. He's got Aiden Harden of Guthrie smashed out here with a far arm. He's got it wrapped up tight. He's trying to pull it over, possibly going for a turn or a barbed wire. Got a cross-face tilt right now, trying to hook in the Turk as he is twisting hard here. Aiden Harden able to roll through that and gave up no near fall. The limberness of Aiden Harden allowed him to roll through there. But Tulsa Edison doing a good job staying tough on top here. Trying to put a leg back in as he goes high thigh on that leg, stays square to the body. This is going to be hard for Aiden Harden to get up as there's a ton of pressure on his hips. As they wrestle there on the edge of the mat, every piece of the body has to be out of bounds before they're called out of bounds. That's a new rule this year, so they're going to keep wrestling on the edge until someone gets completely out of bounds. Puts the leg back in, goes for a far side spladle as Aiden Harden of Guthrie wisely gets himself out of bounds. And back to the center of the mat. Starting first period here, 20 seconds to go. Aiden Harden of Guthrie finds himself on bottom underneath Tulsa Edison, trying to get a tilt here. He's received 2-1 counts, 3-1 counts. He's got to get 2 counts. You saw the referee swinging his arm there. He's got to hold him on his back for at least a 2 count to get 2 points, and that's what happened there. As he swings through, picks up 2 more near fall points. That's going to put Tulsa Edison up 5-0. As we go into the second period, choice is going to go to Tulsa Edison. And they choose bottom. Aiden Harden of Guthrie on top. As we're back to action now, Aiden up high here on that cross face. He's got to stay back on this leg if he doesn't want to get too high, but he's falling off the front here. And for Tulsa Edison to swim out and cause trouble just like he did here. Catches Aiden Harden on his hip as he picks up 2 points for the reversal. And goes back to work here on from the top position. £152, I believe, is Robert Miller of Tulsa Edison. And he's going to work here trying to get that front 3-quarter. Aiden Harden's got to keep his head up. He's having trouble keeping his head up because Miller's pulling that arm down. He cross-faces and pulls that arm across, and it makes it hard for Aiden Harden to base up. He goes to base up, and he gets cross-faced. You can see it on the far side. He goes across the face, grabs the arm on the far side, and pulls it across. And that makes it difficult for Aiden to get up to his base, but he's found a way to do that as Miller's got that leg in now, going for a Turk here. Really, really hard to move when a guy's riding a high-thigh leg like that. Miller's doing a nice job of controlling that position. He's keeping that leg up high, and it keeps the hips of Aiden Harden stuck on the mat as he tries to base back up here. Miller currently up 7-0. And Aiden Harden having a hard time trying to get off bottom. And now Miller goes for a half. Now he's got an inside bar arm, going for that bar arm tilt. He's going to pick up some more near fall here. Looks like he got a 3 count. Referee's holding up 3. And that's going to be 3 more points. That's going to put Miller up 10-0. As Robert Miller of Tulsa Edison going into the third period leading Aiden Harden 10-3. Choice is going to go to Guthrie. Guthrie's going to choose neutral and see if Aiden can have some success here as he takes a long shot from a little bit too far away with not quite enough gusto. And Robert Miller blocks it. He sprawls. He goes behind and picks up 3 more points. That's going to put him up 13-0. And Aiden now getting himself near a tech fall scenario where he's got to stay off his back or try to score here. There's one more score, and this match will be over. Miller just tough on top, making it very difficult for Aiden Harden to get away. And he's doing a nice job running these legs and just scoring little points here and there. 2 here, 3 there. He's really racked up the score from the top position. He's got a chicken wing now on the right side. Look for him to try to either run a tilt with that or to run around the head of Aiden Harden. There he goes. Looks like he's going to try to take it to the front. He's going to run all the way around in a big circle. And now he's going to pick up. He's either got to get his knee on the other side or he's got to scoop the head of Harden. Harden doing a great job pushing that foot away. You can see him fighting with that foot. Aiden's trying to make something happen here now. Interesting position here for Miller. He picks up the fall, and had he not, it would have been a tech fall. But that is going to be 6 points for his team. First points of the night. Tulsa Edison, I guess the first points of the afternoon for Tulsa Edison. He was able to pick up the pin there with 36 seconds left to go in the third period. And that's going to put the team score 30 points for the Guthrie Bluejays over Tulsa Edison's 6. A lot of action here going on the mat to our left, where Sapulpa getting pretty rowdy over there, but we're fixing to kick it off at 157 pounds. Guthrie Bluejays taking on Tulsa Edison. Roll McComb for Bluejays in on a single leg, elevates, kicks the foot out, and picks up 3 points for the takedown. Edison almost out. Not sure if we have Cassius Clark Wrestling or Trip Turner, so we're just going to call him Tulsa Edison until we figure that out. Romacombe on top here for the Bluejays as we get set. 130 seconds left to go in the first period. Romacombe got the quick takedown for 3, and now they are battling it out on the bottom. Got a sit out here by Tulsa Edison trying to get to his feet. McComb doing a good job keeping pressure. Now he twists him back down to the mat. As he starts to work a half on this side. He's got the arm barred up on the left side, on the far side of the camera here. You see Tulsa Edison's trying to wing that down, maybe try to sit out, turn in, maybe some type of roll. McComb's trying to go underneath that right arm. It seems like the Tulsa Edison wrestler knows what he wants to do if he does. There's that roll we were talking about. Looked like he was trying to get loose. He rolls. Now he creates a scramble. He steps over the leg. He's got the inside arm. Trying for a little Gazzoni there. Gazzoni roll, not able to grab it, but he comes up with a single leg, goes back for the head, and loses control. He had the leg, and instead of finishing the single, tries to go for the head. But now he's able to transition all the way around to the other side. He's got a deep single leg. Romacombe with a heavy whizzer. Got a heavy whizzer. Edison wrestler transitions back to the double. He's gone back and forth twice now. McComb staying heavy on the hips, doing a good job scrambling here. As he finds his way back behind, all that action earned neither wrestler any points. As Romacombe stays on top, technically in control that whole time. And we end that first period, 3-0. Guthrie's Ron McComb leading over this wrestler from Tulsa Edison. It's going to be Edison's choice. They go down, and Guthrie puts Ron McComb on top to start the second period. McComb up 3-0 as we're back to action here. McComb going for a far side half. Look for him to Peterson roll out of here. Got it. He set himself up for that. And this Tulsa Edison wrestler has been savvy in this position earlier. And McComb kind of put himself in this position. And now he's got himself, it looks like a cradle on the far side. Tulsa Edison wrestler hanging on tight to that leg. Combs he's got a cradle locked up, but he's not really in a position to score here as he's circling towards the front. He's way too high on this side. He's posting with his head. He's trying to tuck it under, but this Edison wrestler's coming out the back now. He's got that leg. Rowan McComb rolls through, trying to just salvage the position. Technically still in control here as he comes out the back door. He's got to keep wrestling here. Tulsa Edison wrestler needs to create a scramble, or this could turn into a stalemate. This is good here for Rowan McComb, as he doesn't necessarily have to score. But look for this Edison wrestler to roll through like on a spladle. He's giving up near fall. Rowan McComb settling in. He's settling in here now. He's got 4 points in the bag for the near fall, but he's almost got a pin here. There's 40 seconds left to go, and this is super awkward, twisted, and tight. Rowan McComb has the Tulsa Edison wrestler in all kinds of trouble as he picks up the fall for the Bluejays. In a not-so-typical pinfall, McComb gets a little creative there out of that scramble and catches Tulsa Edison for 6 more points. Bumping up here to 165 pounds. Clayton Carey of the Bluejays taking on Hayden Holt of Tulsa Edison. Holt here on heavy collar ties. Clayton Carey trying to work that outside tie over top. Break the grip here as both guys get right back into ties. Nice little high seam knee pull by Clayton Carey. He gets in quick, super quick. As Holt was reaching, Clayton Carey just tap and go'd. Caught the the high crotch to a knee pull, which put him right into a single leg. And now Clayton Carey works his way up to the half, and he's going to turn that takedown into near fall as well. And Holt finds himself in all kinds of trouble here as Clayton Carey transitioned up nicely. He's got this locked up tight. Holt fighting as hard as he can to get here off bottom, but this is tight, folks, with a minute left to go. It's a long time to fight off your back, and Clayton Carey picks up 6 more points for the Bluejays. You know, guys, I got to think that I might have got that name wrong. I'm just guessing here. But Tulsa Edison does not have a 65-pounder, so I believe the kid walking out on the mat right now is Hayden Holt. Looks like he might have bumped up from 65, and perhaps Trip Turner was the one wrestling before. So perhaps Trip Turner just wrestled, and now we're going to call him Hayden Holt here for Tulsa Edison. Bryson Hall, currently ranked number 1 in the state at 175 pounds, currently undefeated still on his senior season, picks up a 3-point takedown. Block sprawl go behind. And now he's got this hammerlock on the back of Holt. And he's got the outside leg caught as well, trying to pull him into like a bow and arrow type position. He's got to get his back bowed. Holt doing a good job of keeping his inside hip down. Not comfortable. It's a painful position, but he did a good job fighting that. Bryson Hall now transitions into a chicken wing on the back, catches the far outside arm. There, he's got it again, and he's going to run this around the front as he's going to try to pick up a fall here. Front shoulder got stuck, and now Bryson Hall's in pinfall territory against Hayden Holt, and he picks up a pin, and that's going to be 6 more points for the Bluejays, and that's going to put them up 42-6, if my math is correct. And now we're going to get to 190 pounds. Number 3 ranked in the state, Roston Usselton of Guthrie. Going to be taking on Caleb Smith of Tulsa Edison. Roston here with a big bear hug. He used underhooks to get into that. He's got a bear hug trying for a throw. Smith trying to hang onto that leg and get his leg back. Usselton went for the big throw. Probably should have just went for the takedown, but now he's transitioned down to the ankle. As Smith kicks his leg out well, Usselton gets right back to a high crotch as he cuts the corner. Did a good job there transitioning. as Caleb Smith fought hard to stop that takedown, and as soon as he does, Usselton just answers right back, a little chain wrestling out of those ties, and that picked him up 3 points for the takedown. That's going to put Roston Usselton up 3-0 over Caleb Smith, who is now on bottom. Usselton's got a chicken wing wrapped up here, and he's got the arm bent. We just saw Bryson Hall doing this. And now Roston's running that chicken wing towards the head of Smith. Bishop Kelley, wrestler on bottom, doing a good job getting his arm back. He got both of his arms back. Now he adjusted his headgear, and that allowed Roston to grab that arm again. And now Roston's got that arm. Looking for this bar arm. Now he's trying to stack him up. Wasn't able to score there either, with 20 seconds left to go in the first period. Roston Usselton now got that lazy right on top. Caleb Smith trying to maintain his base on bottom as Usselton's pulling that leg up, trying to get that knee back, breaks him down finally. And now we're under 5 seconds in the first period. Looks like we are going to finish here with the score. Guthrie's Roston Usselton leading Bishop Kelley's Caleb Smith 3-0. Second period choice is going to go to Bishop Kelley. And they're going to put Caleb Smith back on his feet. We're going to go neutral. As Roston Usselton was able to score a takedown in the first, but not from lack of Caleb Smith's effort. Smith, he fended off a bear hug and then a single leg attempt until Roston finally was able to score the high C. Now he gets in on an outside single on the left, and now he's starting to elevate. He's going to have to keep getting tall and sweep that foot, just like he did there. Able to pick up 3 more points for the takedown. Caleb Smith's going to have to find a way to get off bottom here. As he's got the wrist of Usselton. That loosened things up. He's back to his feet. Usselton's going to have to lift and return. There's a sit-out switch attempt here. He caught the leg. He's not quite behind. Now he's got his head underneath. He's going to have to elevate and get Roston on his hands. Roston's got to get those ankles. Looks like we're in a scramble here. Roston able to just get away and just give up and escape. Nice job there by Caleb Smith. Hit a nice little stand-up, used the wrist control to get to his feet, and was able to get off bottom. But now Usselton on his second outside single attempt. He scored here earlier. He's just going to have to keep lifting and tripping, and he does so. Really hard to defend that. Once that leg gets up on the shoulder, that's you're basically doing a split there. Makes it real hard for the other wrestler whose leg is caught to get away. Roston did a good job getting that leg high, sweeping the foot and getting up 3. That's going to be 3 takedowns for Roston Usselton so far, and that's going to give him 9 points to the 1 escape that Caleb Smith got earlier. And now Smith back on bottom all the way down on his belly as we're down under 20 seconds in the second period. It's been all Roston Usselton so far, as he works down under 10 seconds. Really no change here. Looks like Roston's going to finish here on top. It will be his choice in the third as he's up 9-1. Look for the Guthrie coaches to put him somewhere where he can have success and a way to get bonus. And they're going to put him down on bottom. As Roston gets to his feet now, creates a scramble. Smith able to hold on to that leg, but Roston reaches up and grabs that ankle. And that busts the hip down of Caleb Smith, which straightened him out and allowed Roston to get enough hip pressure to break that grip. And that's going to be a 2-point reversal for Roston. Roston's going to let Smith up. Current score's 11-2. Usselton's in on a big double leg. Smith trying to get an inside tripper. He's got that inside leg caught. Roston with a big lift and a return. That's going to give him 3 more points. Guthrie coaches want a tech fall here, so Roston's going to have to pick up another takedown. Current score's 14-3. A technical fall means 15-point advantage, and that will earn his team 5 points. Obviously, a pinfall earns 6 points. But Smith not allowing himself to get to his back thus far, so coaches felt like it was probably going to be easier to get a tech fall than a pin. And so Caleb Smith now in on a single, and you can see Roston pulling that foot out. He's going to have to be careful here. Was able to pick up 3 more. Now he's going to need 1 more takedown in order to get the tech fall as he dives back in on the double. Oh, Smith trying to make that interesting. Tried to tip Roston over on his knees. Now this will be a tech fall, but Roston able to go feet to back and pick up the pinfall, and that will be 6 more points for the Blue Jays. And that's going to put them up 48-4. Actually 48-6 in the team race against Tulsa Edison. Next up for the Blue Jays, Wyatt Silvis at 215 pounds. Into some heavy ties here. Starting to get into the big boys. Wyatt's going to be taking on Jimmy Santana of Tulsa Edison. Silvis with a little fake to the right leg there. Goes for a elbow pass. Santana, good job keeping his elbows in. Silvis now heavy collar ties. Santana answers right back with a big underhook. Now he's going for a bear hug. Silvis able to get his arms down, step out. Silvis now goes for a high C on the side, picks it up, drops it. Still no points awarded yet. And there's 3 points for Wyatt Silvis as they go out of bounds. Was trying to lock up the cradle there. Almost did, but Santana was able to catch the hands. So then Silvis had to chase the legs and get the 3 points. As we get back to action here with 1:05 to go in the first period. Wyatt Silvis of Guthrie Blue Jays currently leading Jimmy Santana of Tulsa Edison. Silvis grinding on top here. Working for a crossface far arm, but Santana holding on to that hand, not allowing it. Silvis now breaks him back down, but gets too high. He's going to have to stay behind that arm, or Santana's going to continue to pull it. He's got to get back behind that arm. There he goes, starting working that bar arm now. Goes for the half here. Santana busted down to his belly. Trying to get back up to his base. Silva's grinding hard here on top, trying to keep him bellied out. There's the crossface far arm that he was looking for. Santana's trying to peel the hand and was able to. Now he's got control of that wrist. Silvis is going to have to get the hand back. Santana, though, is trying to build up and keep that wrist. We've seen Tulsa Edison score here a couple times tonight already. They're doing a good job catching the wrist over top, and that puts the top wrestler too high and allows them to move their hips and get out. Santana was trying for that, and Silva's able to maintain control on top. It's going to be Guthrie's choice. They defer to Tulsa Edison. Tulsa Edison chooses neutral as we go back to action here to start the second period. Remember the first period? Silvis was able to get a high C on his left side to take Jimmy Santana down. And Santana had a little success in the hand fight and was able to pick up a bear hug, not quite able to finish it as he does a heavy collar tie snap down. Silvis trying to dig back inside tie. Santana doing a good job controlling the wrists. He was doing it from bottom, but earlier in the first, he was grabbing wrists, tying up these arms. That makes it difficult to do leg attacks when somebody has a hold of your arms. He's got a Russian tie here on the inside. Look for him to try to snap this down and go behind, maybe shoot an outside single on the left side. Silva's able to clear. As we get back into heavy collar ties, 1:18 seconds left to go in this second period. Silvis goes for a long high C. Bout got caught in a lat drop on his way out. Now there's the bear hug on the far side. Santana pretty crafty. Appears to have a little, he doesn't have the height, but he appears to be a lot stronger. He's really winning those hand ties. We got a little blood here. Looks like Wyatt Silvis of Guthrie has got a little blood coming out of his right eye. Was battling that position, was battling that blood most of last weekend. Had what appears to be like a t-shirt burn on the outside of his eye. But when these big guys wrestle, their heads clank together quite a bit. And so his head keeps bleeding right about his eye over there. You can kind of see it in the screen here. Coach is going to have to keep that cleaned up And probably between duels are going to have to actually address that with some type of a new skin. Looks like Jeremy Davenport's putting he's going to put a little bit of Vaseline on that to try to just keep it chilled for now. That's going to cut the blood time. Blood time just works. You get 5 minutes to deal with blood-related issues. It doesn't cost the wrestlers any points or any cautions or anything like that. Really, no one ever wants to stop a match because of blood, but obviously it's a hygiene thing or a sanitation thing, so they got to get it cleaned up. They got to make sure the wrestlers are not still bleeding so they don't lose too much blood or anything like that. So now the blood time has been stopped. He only gets 5 minutes, but once the blood is stopped, then cleanup can take however long it needs to. It doesn't cost anybody anything. So I'm going to start the second. Well, we're going to start the second minute of the second period. As we're back to action here, 1 minute to go in the second period. Wyatt Silvas of the Bluejays currently leads Jimmy Santana of Tulsa Edison 3-0. More heavy collar ties. And Santana's starting to find a little bit of success in the hand ties. Like I said earlier, appears to be stronger. His short stature is allowing him a little bit to push Silvas around a little bit in here. But Silvas now digs back in with underhooks of his own. Now he's going for a body lock of his own. And Silvas with an underhook and a throw by just bullies. About the time I said Santana was getting the best of the exchanges, Silvas just bullies Santana with two big underhook bear hugs and throw-bys and knocks that one out of the park. Back to action here in the second period. 15 seconds to go. Trying to get that blood cleaned up so we can keep this match rolling. Wyatt Silvas of the Bluejays is on top of Jimmy Santana of Bishop Kelley. Got himself an underhook throw by for the second takedown. That puts him up 6-0. As we move into the third period, choice is going to go to Silvas. And Guthrie chooses neutral. And we get back to action here. Silvas goes for another high C, had luck with that, and then goes back to the underhooks, had luck with that. Santana, though, does a good job in here hand fighting and keeping his elbows tight. Hasn't done any leg attacks yet, but perhaps could disappear underneath if he does take a shot. Silvas standing up tall here. And Santana to the left. Looks like he's trying to do a pass by or Russian tie to an outside single on his left. And Guthrie coach is really trying to encourage Silvas to get another takedown. That would put him into major decision territory, which is a bonus. That means he gets 3 points for a win, but if he wins by more than 8, he will earn 4 points for his team. So the more points he scores individually, that gives him more points for his team. Underhook to a bear hug. Santana tries for the headlock, and Silvas defends that well as he cuts the corner and bear hugs Santana for a second time to his back. No near fall points as they go out of bounds, but that's going to put Silvas up 9-0 as we get down under a minute in the second. Santana trying to get to his feet now. Silvas Goes for just an outside, almost like a spladle type cradle to return Santana. Santana was almost up and out, but now Silvas gets his hand caught again. This is where we found him in the first. He's getting lazy over front, reaching over, and Santana sees grabbing the hand, and he tries to put it on the other side of his head, and then that would put Silvas way too high, and then Santana could then spin out. We've seen Edison do this a couple of times already tonight, and Silvas is going to have to keep his hands back, and Santana's going to have to try to find a way to get to his base and try to get out of there. He's going to need at least 2 points, Santana will, in order to erase this bonus. But with 10 seconds left to go, looks like Wyatt Silvas of the Blue Jays is going to finish this match on top as he picks up 4 additional points for his Blue Jays as he gets a major decision win 9-0 over Jimmy Santana. Moving on now to the super big boys, heavyweight, 285 pounds. Blue Jays are going to wrestle Landon here, and I'm not sure. There are 3 heavyweights. 3 heavyweights by Tulsa Edison. Not sure which one this is, so we're just going to call him Tulsa Edison as the big boys start hand fighting here. As they battle for inside ties. Arm drag attempt there by Guthrie. He's now trying to dig back inside his own arm ties. And Landon Gilbert of the Blue Jays has wrist control now. Give a shout out to Miss Charla Chappell, as she is watching the duel from Mexico, is the rumor I heard. Want to thank Miss Charlotte Chappell for always being so willing to support our wrestling team. For years, had a little one of her own that went all the way through the wrestling program. It's great that she's still so supportive of our Blue Jay wrestlers. Behind the scenes, does a lot for this team. And now Landon Gilbert in on a high C on the far side. Nearly comes up with it. But the Tulsa Edison wrestler able to get that leg back and get back to his feet. It was a good idea by Gilbert, and he actually did a good job of not getting stuck underneath. And now he finds himself underneath again, but he gets back to his feet wisely. And now Tulsa Edison wrestlers got the other leg caught. And now he blows through as he gets a single leg on the outside. But Tulsa Edison wrestler now trying to circle around behind. As Gilbert finds himself stuck underneath here, he's going to have to keep moving. We're down under 10 seconds, but there's still a lot of action potential here as Tulsa Edison able to circle around behind and pick up 3, and then right at the last minute, wisely, Landon Gilbert gets off bottom to get one of those points back. So he did a nice job there of continuing to wrestle. And the choice here is going to go to Guthrie. They put Gilbert down. And Tulsa Edison now on top. Gilbert's got the inside leg posted. He's got an inside leg stand-up if he wants it. Now he posts the outside leg as he's trying to come up. Tulsa Edison not able to hold him down yet. As Gilbert gets to his feet, peels hands, and gets away. That's going to bring him 1 point closer. As Landon Gilbert now 2-3 deficit. He's got 1 point to make up here. Nearly had a couple of takedowns before Tulsa Edison wrestler was able to spin around behind. Got a close match here. A lot of fun, a lot of parity. Down to 1:20 in the second. Each one of these high school matchups, 2 minutes each. There's 3 2-minute periods. Match has slowed down the pace quite a bit here as we get down around a minute to go in the second. Landon Gilbert's got a heavy collar tie on his right side. Tulsa Edison working a heavy collar tie on his right side. Both guys ear to ear here. It's going to be hard to score from an ear-to-ear situation. Now they're head-to-head. Now somebody can do something. Referee verbally warning both guys to get busy as Landon takes a shot and comes up short. And Tulsa Edison wrestler here Having a little bit of headgears issue. Landon now back on a heavy collar tie. Should try to snap and go or do something. Look for one of these guys with 20 seconds left to go to take a risk. All the risk so far has gone to Gilbert has taken. But it cost him in the first. And Tulsa Edison wrestler was able to block that single leg attempt and spin around behind. And there's a shot right at the end of the first period. We're back to action now. Tulsa Edison wrestler, heavy hips, keeping him back. And Landon Gilbert again nearly gets a single leg. Choice now is going to go to Tulsa Edison. They choose neutral. And look for something fun to happen here because Tulsa Edison's not going to have to do much. They just need to keep from getting taken down. And that means Landon Gilbert of the Bluejays is going to have to take a shot, take a risk, try and score here because he is losing as we speak. But he's in on another single leg, a little high crotch on the outside. And again, Tulsa Edison heavy on the hips. And now Gilbert smashed down to his belly, and that's going to be 3 more points for Tulsa Edison. That's going to put them up 6-2 in this heavyweight matchup. We're in the third period. Down with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. And Landon Gilbert's going to have to do something. He's going to have to get to his base and probably try to find a way to get on top and pick up a fall. As now Tulsa Edison on top, really trying for that outside half. And again, doesn't have to do much. He just has to remain in control, and he'll win this match. As Landon Gilbert now gets to his base. He was warned for stalling. Just bottled up on bottom, had his elbows in, not trying to escape. But now he's back to work here on top. On bottom. Tulsa Edison's going to have to just stay behind. He's locked his hands, which is an illegal hold. He lets him go. That's going to be a 2-point escape for Landon Gilbert, who has 45 seconds to score a takedown. He's down 6-4. And now if he's able to score a takedown, he can win this match, but he's going to have to set something up as both wrestlers have slowed down tremendously. And Gilbert has been in on 3 or 4 shots and has got to be pretty tired at this point. But he's going to have to make something magical happen and get a takedown if he wants to win this match. Tulsa Edison, all they got to do is block and sprawl and stay away. Gilbert now under 15 seconds is going to have to make something happen as he is all out of gas, and that's going to be 3 more points for Tulsa Edison, and that's going to win the match for him 9-4 as this duel comes to an end. No, it doesn't. We've got 3 more matches to go. I'm sorry. Normally the matches end at heavyweight. But in this particular duel, we started at 126 with Aiden Smith, and that means we're going to end at 120 pounds with Caden Herndon. Got 3 more matches to go. We're back to 106 pounds. Tulsa Edison picks up 3 more points for their team. That's going to give them 9 to Guthrie's 52. And this 106-pound matchup will be a forfeit. That's going to be 6 more points for the Bluejays. As we move on to 112 pounds, looks like that too will be a forfeit. And then we will move up to 120 pounds, which will be the last match of this duel. Guthrie's Caden Herndon going to be taking on Tulsa Edison's Owen Hare. Well, I'm sorry, no. Not sure who they're wrestling here. Caden Herndon in on a shot here. Got to swim out the back here and pick up 3 points for the takedown. Goes through for the roll through tilt, and that's going to earn him some near fall. Looks like he got 4 points there for that near fall. When he lets go of that hold, he'll be awarded the points. That's going to put him up 7-0. Caden Herndon currently ranked number 2 in the state in 5A. As he gets to work here on top with a minute to go. Still has that arm. He's going to roll through for another tilt. That's going to pick him up a couple of points. Looks like the referee's holding up 2. He signaled, or he swiped his hand twice. That's going to be good for 2. Now Herendeen looking for a cradle on the far side. As they wrestle out of bounds. 40 seconds left to go in the first. Caden Herendeen of the Bluejays up 9-0 over the wrestler from Tulsa, Edison. Tulsa's going to go down. Caden Herendeen's going to do optional start, likely going to let this wrestler go and try to get another takedown before the end of the period. As he does now, looking for another 3-point takedown. Tulsa Edison's going to have to do something to take down. There's 20 seconds left to go in the first period. Caden Herendeen up 12-1 now. As he does one more roll through tilt, that picks up 2 more points. It's going to give him 14-1 once those points are awarded as we end this first period. Caden Herendeen of Guthrie up 14-1 over the wrestler from Tulsa. On their feet in the second period. One takedown here is going to be a tech fall for Herendeen as he tries a peek out duck and picks up the takedown. And that will do it, folks. 3 more points for the tech fall. That's 17-1 victory for Caden Herendeen. That's going to conclude this duel with the Guthrie Bluejays defeat Tulsa Edison 64-9. And that's going to do it for the Bluejays in this duel. As we take a short break, we're going to figure out who they have next. And we will be back to action when that happens. We're going to leave this duel on. And I believe every match will be on this particular map. But if it moves to the end of this broadcast on the Guthrie News page, I'm Sean Silvas. Going to sign off here for just a second. We'll leave the camera rolling, and we'll pick back up when the next duel gets going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are tuning in, we are fixing to get things kicked off here in Guthrie's second duel of the afternoon here at Bishop Kelley High School. Guthrie Bluejays in this duel going to be taking on Bishop Kelley in a Class 5A matchup, as all the duels tonight will be. Bishop Kelley currently ranked number 15 in Class 5A. As we are going to start off the first match of the night at 132 pounds. Matt Mahalik of the Bluejays is going to be taking on Robert Burke of Bishop Kelley. Guys getting back to action here. Burke cuts the corner, tries to cut the corner and get that outside single. Not able to do it. Mahalik jumps right back in on a single leg of his own. And now from a front headlock, Burke's got him wrapped up as things slow down just a little bit here. Robert Burke currently ranked number 3 in Class 5A per OK Wrestle rankings. Matt Mahalik was ranked in the top 10 earlier this season at the weight below where he competed last year, and is now has not cracked that top 10 ranking yet, as Burke gets a quick takedown, not a quick takedown, but gets a takedown on the edge. We are under 30 seconds. Well, we're at 30 seconds now in the first period. Robert Burke of Bishop Kelley on top and leading Matt Mahalik of the Guthrie Bluejays. Duels are starting. I don't know if they drew for these weights or if they are just going to work their way up. But the last duel started at 126. This duel starting at 132, so perhaps we're just going to go up one. I'm not sure. No one asked my approval. I'm just going with what they're doing. As now Burke picks up a cheap tilt here, just a chicken wing forearm tilt. He got a 1 count, but he did not receive a 2 count. It's going to take 2 swipes of the referee's arm to get 2 points. Burke was not able to do that, as he currently leads from that takedown. Matt Mahalik 3-0. Choice goes to Bishop Kelley. Burke's going to go down, and Mahalik's going to choose, or he's going to go on top as we start this second period. Mahalik has had success here from the top position, can be pretty crafty, but Burke has good hand control. As Mahalik gets way too high, Burke able to get that 1-point escape, as it's now 4-1. Robert Burke of Bishop Kelley out to a 4-point lead over Guthrie's Matt Mahalik. Back to collar ties here. In on a high crotch here. Thought he was going to go for a fireman's carry. Dumped the arm, and now he finds himself in on a high C crackdown position. He's going to swim for the head here, and now he's trying to get near fall. Now he's going for the pinfall. Mahalik able to get his inside arm out, but not before giving up 2 more near fall points. It's going to be 3 for the takedown, 2 for the near fall. That's a 5-point takedown for Robert Burke of Bishop Kelley, who is now on top and in the lead 9-0 with 1:05 remaining in the second period. Mahalik is going to have to find a way to get off bottom here and get back to work and get some points on the board. As Robert Burke showing why he is currently ranked number 3 in the state in 5A. He transitioned nice from that crackdown position and swam for the head. I think most guys probably would have been finding themselves in trouble for a 4-point near fall or even a pin, but Mahalik was able to scramble his arm through and get out of bounds with just 2-point near fall. So fortunate for him. But now Burke on a head lever position, going to pull that back into a hammerlock or into a chicken wing, it looks like. Mahalik able to get his arm, keep his arm from being pulled back Now he's back to his base, starts trying to stand up. Burke able to grab that chop arm on the far side. He's got it captured again as he works back for that chicken wing. Really, this position has spelled trouble for Mahalik most of the season, this bar arm catch. But he's able to get to his feet, and Burke lets him go here. And that's going to earn Mahalik his first point of the match as we get under 5 seconds here in the second period. Robert Burke in on a single leg here, tries to transition at the whistle, gets the takedown, but after the whistle blew, and that is not going to earn him any points for his effort, and Mahalik dodges a bullet on that one as we are now going into the third period. Matt Mahalik of the Bluejays trailing Robert Burke 9-1. His choice, he's going to go bottom. He's going to have to find a way to make something happen. Matt Mahalik, always crafty, and he's always dangerous. He's going to have to find a way to just get a scramble of some kind to happen. As he tries there for the hip roll, Burke just stays home and catches the half. And holy cow, had Matt Mahalik dead to rights with that half. It was tight. Mahalik just crafty enough to roll through and get out. Gets to his feet quick, gets himself another escape. That could have doomed trouble. And Mahalik gets out of there with no score as he trails 2-9 over Robert Burke of Bishop Kelley. Takes a long, far shot as Burke blocks and sprawls. Now he's got him in this front headlock position. Look for Burke to score coming out of this. We've seen him hit that high seat coming out of this front headlock earlier. Mahalik tries for another shot, not able to get to the legs. He's got his head awful close to his ankles, and that's allowing Burke to get those shots off. And now Mahalik answers right back as the referee blows the whistle. Looks like we have blood. Matt Mahalik busted his nose up there in that exchange, or maybe Burke did. Not sure who's bleeding. Looks like it's Burke. Robert Burke's bleeding here, probably from that exchange. There was a lot of from the front headlock position to the leg shots, and that busts up the nose. Sometimes these guys are fighting with their faces. Wrestlers not known for being attractive. Wrestling like this, they get goofy ears and scarred up faces, and broken noses. Very common in this beautiful sport. Beautiful sport, but it doesn't always produce the most beautiful of athletes. These guys wrestling hard down here, though. Looks like Burke just had a bloody nose here. Nothing bad. They got it plugged up. Coaches are cleaning up the mats. All the noise you hear is from the heavyweight matchup over here on the other mat. It's been lively. A lot of good matchups. Sapulpa taking on Pryor in a heavyweight match. It was a good one. Back and forth, came down to the wire. Now you can see down here coaches Jay Howard and Jeremy Davenport trying to coach up Matt Mahalik. He's got a minute to make something happen as we're going to go back to neutral. These guys are going to be on their feet. Robert Burke of Bishop Kelley is leading 9-2 over Matt Mahalik of Guthrie. So you can see Burke down there, anxious to get this match going. As Mahalik down here trying to clean off his shoes. Looks like the dripping blood from Burke made a little bit of a mess. Referee's back at it now, trying to get things cleaned up so that we can finish up this match. Hats off to both of these referees, taking their day off of work to come out here so that we can get this dual tournament completed. And we're back to action here with a minute to go in the third period. And Matt Mahalik of Guthrie is going to have to try to do something crazy and make something happen. Takedown's not going to do it. Near fall's not going to do it. And Robert Burke is going to have to go to his back and probably get pinned if Matt Mahalik wants to pick up a win. As he's back to action here, trying for a takedown here. Would be nice to see him just score to make something honest happen here. But Burke, just solid as they come. Ranked number 3 in 5A. That's probably why he's so difficult to score on. Mahalik here on a heavy collar tie now, trying to shoot underneath, but Burke doing a great job blocking with his hands and his head. Just Mahalik not able to get to those legs. As Burke now into that same front headlock position. Back to the collar tie. We're down under 10 seconds. Mahalik now tries for that high C on the far side, not able to get it. Burke now gets the cross through. Mahalik keeps the arm. Little scramble here at the end was a lot of fun, but no points awarded. And we finish up this 132-pound matchup. Robert Burke of Bishop Kelley picks up the win of the first duel. The first match of the duel, I'm sorry. Moving on to 138 pounds, Jake LaSalle of Bishop Kelley taking on Luke Lyons of Guthrie. Luke Lyons currently ranked 10th in Class 5A by OK Wrestle, who does the Oklahoma rankings. LaSalle in on a shot here on the outside single, and has brought that all the way up. Goes for the head. Lyons able to defend. Now he's got a shin whizzer as he's trying to get back up, but LaSalle goes for the head again. He's got this single leg. He's almost got it finished, and then he swims for that head. Look for him to try to grab the cradle and go straight to near fall if he's able to get that. So far, Luke Lyons been able to defend that as he gets his leg back, and now LaSalle goes back for it again. Lyons able to stomp that foot down and get out of trouble, but LaSalle right back in on that same single leg. As Lyons not able to defend his legs here. So far, LaSalle's been in there the whole time. Goes for the head again. Look for LaSalle to be dangerous tonight. He is going for broke. Instead of just finishing the single leg, he keeps swimming for that head. He wants that near fall. If he's able to get it, he'll pull it into a cradle and go for a pin. And now Luke Lyons able to stomp the leg down again. Heavy hips. Luke Lyons able to get out as they get on the edge. Gets a single leg of his own. Circles out of bounds. No points as we're down to 37 seconds to go in the first period. A lot of activity, a lot of action. Both wrestlers in on takedowns, or in on shots. No takedowns yet. Lyons, cheap attempt here, underhook to a throw by. Lyons now banging heavy on that head. LaSalle standing up tall. Lyons can pass and go underneath. But now LaSalle dives in on a high C, able to get past the defense of Luke Lyons, and he's in on the ankle again. There's 10 seconds left to go. Luke Lyons has got the back ankle, which is going to freeze LaSalle, make it hard for him to circle and get out. And now Luke Lyons trying to cut the corner, trying to get out, going to run out of time. No points awarded in the first period, although a lot of action. And that was a fun one to start off this match. Second period choice is going to go to Bishop Kelley. Bishop Kelley is going to choose bottom as Jake LaSalle sits out, goes for a switch. Luke Lyons catches him on his back, but not able to secure any near fall. Lyons now goes for that cross face. Barbed wires, transitions to a cradle. He's got it locked up. Look for him to rock it back. LaSalle rolls through, trying to come out the back door. Keeps himself at 90, was able to keep that from happening, but Luke Lyons back. He's still got the cradle locked. Coach is trying to coach him up here to go back the other way. That's going to be good for near fall. LaSalle's on his back now. Luke Lyons able to keep that cradle locked up. LaSalle bridging hard. Luke Lyons trying to pick up a fall here. He's got this tight. This looks like trouble for Bishop Kelley. Able to break the lock and get out. And Luke Lyons transitions right to the barbed wire. LaSalle still on his back, even though he broke the cradle, finds himself fighting for his life here, down to 1 minute and 5 seconds. He's been on his back the whole second period, fighting hard, and Luke Lyons not giving him anywhere to breathe. Picks up the fall. Luke Lyons would not let Jake LaSalle off his back. Held him there for nearly a minute until finally picking up the fall. That's going to be 6 points for the Bluejays. And that's going to put them up in this duel now 6-3. We move on to 144 pounds, where Guthrie's Colton Stevens is going to take on Bishop Kelley's Cole Hill. Colton Stevens here trying to get behind. Good action here. Colton Stevens now gets the takedown for 3. And he gets to work on top. Goes for the barbed wire crossface forearm. And Colton Stevens trying to lock up this barbed wire. He's got to take his left knee and push it on the head of Hill. Now he's modifying this, trying to just pull it over, just hossing him over. Now he's getting near fall. Now he's in pin. Now this is pin territory here. He's got this locked up into a headlock. This is going to be trouble for Cole Hill. He's going to have to try to get his arm out, but both of his arms are caught. Colton Stevens here fighting hard for this fall. He's got 36 seconds. That's a lot of time for Cole Hill to have to try to fight off this headlock. This is tight. There's nowhere for him to go. If he's got his arm through, though. He's got his arm through, able to get off his back. That was a good job by Cole Hill. Colton Stevens had him dead to rights. He does have his near fall. Now Stevens transitions to a headlock. A half Nelson. Deep half. He's got to walk that left arm towards his head. Hill fighting tough here. He's down to 5 seconds to go. He might be able to secure this right at the end with 2 seconds to go. Colton Stevens of the Bluejays picks up a fall. Cole Hill, though, fought like a dog there to stay off his back. And that was very nicely done on his part. But Colton Stevens just transitioned back and forth and was able to pick up the pin. Moving on to 150 pounds. Grayson Zellers of Bishop Kelley taking on Aiden Harden of the Bluejays. Zellers currently ranked number 2 in Class 5A. Would definitely be the favorite to win here as he snapped down and goes behind. Aiden Smith able to hang on to that leg. He's kept that high C. He's got to be careful here. He doesn't get locked up in a cradle. He lets it go, gets his hip down, and now Zellers looks like he's going to try to let Harden go and try to get another takedown. Zellers now in on an outside single to the right. He gets it elevated, goes to sweep the leg. He's going to pick up 3 more points here. That's going to be a fall for Zellers. As we move on, Bishop Kelley, the Comets, currently trail the Bluejays 9-12 as they pick up a fall in that last matchup. As we move on to 157 pounds, number 10 ranked Bodie Harris of the Comets is going to be taking on Rowan McComb of the Bluejays. Single leg here by Rowan McComb. He gets the takedown. That's going to be good for 3. As Harris tries to get out of bounds. Harris able to get away now. Back inside on these collar ties. McComb passes it by, gets it off. Got a heavy collar tie by Harris. McComb keeping elbow control. And now Harris heavy on the wrist ties. McComb trying to whip that around. McComb now with a modified Russian. Still wrist control though by Harris. Look for him to pull those wrists down and catch ankles or single legs. Typically that's the strategy when you're pulling wrists like that. Now Ro McComb down on a heavy collar tie again. We're down under 30 seconds in the first period. Ro McComb leads Bodie Harris 3-1. McComb now with an underhook on the right side. Harris with a heavy over tie. McComb clears the ties. Inside tie of his own now. Look for him to shoot a high C over here. He went for it, but didn't go for it. And Harris now back on a heavy collar tie. A lot of heavy hand fighting inside here. Both guys feeling each other out as Rowan McComb of Guthrie Bluejays winning 3-1 over Bodie Harris of the Bishop Kelley Comets. Choice goes to Harris. He goes down. Rowan McComb's on top. And we're back to action. Lazy ride here by McComb as he hooks that ankle and starts to elevate. Able to break down Harris, and now Harris bases right back up. Trying to peel hands underneath. And now back to his hip as he gets bellied out. Ro McComb putting a lot of pressure here on top as he goes for the crossface and the far arm, but Harris right back to his base again. McComb staying heavy on top. Now he's got the claw ride. Left arm underneath. And he grabs a claw on the far shoulder, maybe the collarbone over there. You can see him grabbing it with his left arm. Makes him heavy, but he's got to stay out to the side. If he gets on the hip, he's going to get rolled. Now he's got a claw ride and the lazy ride, that ankle ride that hooks and lifts, allowed him to break him down. And now Harris settling in here on bottom. Trying to get back to his base as he does. He's caught that wrist. McComb now got a bar arm, but Harris to his feet. Harris able to get out and clear. That's going to earn him another point, as he gets 1 point closer to McComb, who now is in on another single. Harris able to just pull it up. McComb just reached and grabbed. Looked like he kind of faked and happened to be there and tried to lock his hands, but didn't really go for it. And Harris able to just stomp his foot and pull it out. Now McComb, passed by here by Harris. Didn't shoot, but he did pass it by. Looked like McComb was fixing to do the same thing, and Harris got ahead of him. Now Harris in on a double leg. Shot a single leg. Transition right to a double, but Rowan McComb with heavy hips able to stomp down that initial attack. Now he's in on a single leg of his own. McComb cracks it down. Hits a high crotch right to a crackdown. Picks up 3 more points. And that's going to put him up 6-2. Over Bishop Kelley's Bodie Harris as he gets back to work on top. Harris kind of standing up when he goes in to tie up, and McComb just able to reach down real quick and just grab that leg and pull it down. A couple times he grabbed and wasn't able to score. That time was able to dump him right on his hip. Made it hard for Harris to do much as they go neutral here in the third. Guthrie's choice, they took neutral. This is where McComb's had his success so far today as he gets an underhook on the far side, shoots a high C from their transition. Now McComb's coming up, but Harris has got the back ankle, and that spells trouble for McComb, who was not able to cut the corner because of the ankle. And now Harris trying to pick up a takedown of his own as he's trying to cut the corner and get behind. Rowan McComb hanging on. And now Harris gets the single leg, drops down to the ankle. McComb's got a key lock on the backside as he stuffs the head of Harris. And I think Rowan would be happy for a stalemate here. And Harris, if he wants to get back in this match, is going to have to elevate that leg and put it on the shelf to score, but was not able to. McComb with a heavy whizzer, pushed the head down, defended that well. On the whistle, though, Bodie Harris in on a low-level single. He gets up, he dumps it, takes him to his back. McComb has to push him off and bail out. And that's going to put Harris down by a point. This has been crazy sequence here. That's going to be a reversal for McComb, who now has him in near fall territory, and that's a pin for Ron McComb. Harris lets him go so that he can get the takedown to win. He gets the takedown to win and gets McComb on his back. McComb on his back, giving him near fall, reverses and catches him in a pin. What a crazy sequence of events. And Rowan McComb picks up his first win over a top 10 opponent and does it in 6-point fashion for his team. Big upset there in favor of the Bluejays. As we move on now to 165 pounds. As Bishop Kelley here gets in on a quick single leg. As Beckett Jackson transitions to a double leg here. He gets a takedown over Clayton Carey. Clayton Carey for the Bluejays on bottom. Nearly gets out. Jackson follows well. And now goes right back in on a big-time double here. Working that heavy underhook. Beckett up 7-1 from the takedown and the near fall. Clayton Carey going to have to work his way back in. Clayton Carey currently ranked number 7 in Class 5A. Finds himself down 7-1 over Bishop Kelley's Beckett Jackson. Jackson, though, able to spin that arm and is so deep in here now on an outside single and a far arm. He's going to do this takedown again for near fall. And he's locking up a cradle on the inside. Clayton Carey in all kinds of trouble here, trying to hang on to this leg and work himself back out. Jackson able to pick up 2 near fall on the takedown. So we had a 7-point takedown and a 4-point takedown. That's going to put him up 12 points to Clayton Carey's 2. Carey's had to have 2 big-time double leg for Clayton Carey at the end of that first period. We're down under 5 seconds. Clayton with 2 escapes and a 3-point takedown now has 5 points and is getting himself back into this match. Bishop Kelley out to a big first period lead with 2 big takedowns that came with near fall. Clayton Carey's got 2 escapes and then a 3-point takedown of his own. Guthrie's going to go down in the second. Clayton Carey on bottom now. Inside leg stand up, goes to quad pod. Now he works his way up, works for hand control, and gets himself out. That's going to give him 6 points. Down 6-12 is Clayton Carey to Beckett Jackson. Beckett Jackson of Bishop Kelley. And now Clayton Carey in on another double leg, running out of real estate. Goes for a trip. Beckett goes for the headlock, rolls him over, rolls through. Back and forth we go. Folks, this is crazy. I mean, these guys are both back and forth the whole time. From back to back to back. No points yet given. Clayton Carey on top. He comes out with a 3-point takedown, and he's got the near fall, and now he's looking for the pin. This is tight, folks. That's a pin for Clayton Carey. Down 6-12. Pulls off a back and forth rumble and comes out with the pinfall for the Bluejays. That's going to be 6 more points. Holy smokes, was that fun. We move on to 175 pounds. Where I believe this is Bennett Earnhardt of Bishop Kelley taking on Guthrie's Bryson Hall. Bryson Hall currently ranked number 1 in Class 5A, undefeated on his senior campaign. and has looked nothing shy of flawless this entire season. He's beat some really tough kids. He's had some really good matches, has been bonus nearly every time out. And he gets to work here early with a 3-point takedown and 2 points near fall. That's going to put him up 5-0 over Bennett Earnhardt of Bishop Kelley. Bryson's got that bar arm on the far side. He's got a bar arm. Look for him to try to tilt this up or maybe get a chicken wing. He likes to be there. He's got that bar arm, going to roll through, rolled himself out of bounds. You saw him try to kick his left foot out. If he could have kept his leg in bounds, he would have picked up more near fall there. Just kind of ran out of real estate. 46 seconds left to go. First period, Bryson Hall of Guthrie leading Bennett Earnhardt of Bishop Kelley. As he gets a breakdown, Kelley having a hard time getting off his belly. Bryson Hall so tough on top, keeps a lot of good pressure. As the clock is not running in-house, now it's back down to 40 seconds in-house. Bryson Hall's going to get a little bit extra time to work on top here. As he gets that near fall, gets a little 2-point tilt here. Not going to get those points until he lets go of the hold, but now he keeps the hold, rolls him over. This is trouble here as Bryson Hall picks up 6 points for the Bluejays with that pin over Bennett Earnhardt of Bishop Kelley. And another bonus win for the Bluejays as we go to 190 pounds. At 190 pounds, Gage Hall of Bishop Kelley is going to be taking on Roston Usselton of Guthrie. Clock still not running in-house as we're going to run through Roston now digging for underhooks. Goes for that bear hug. Look for him to take it straight to the back. Oh, and here we go with Salto. Gage Hall, I thought Roston Usselton was going straight for the bear hug. Gage Hall allowed it so he could go Salto double overs as he throws Roston Usselton to his back. And now Roston answers right back with a snake. He hits that cow catcher and puts Gage Hall away with the pin. And that's going to be 6 more points for the Bluejays. Lex Lazenby's coming out for Bishop Kelley, and Wyatt Silvis for Guthrie at 215 pounds. As the referee is getting a little bit ahead of the clock. Sometimes those transitions take some time. They're trying to roll these duels out quickly so everyone can get home at a decent time tonight. Big boys in on heavy collar ties here. Wyatt Silva's trying to fight for inside ties, but he's going to be on the other side. On the left side, you can see it on the screen, has a heavy collar tie of his own. Silva's outside single attempt. Falls a little bit short. Didn't really commit. Just tried to take a little shot, see if he could get Lex off his balance. Lazenby weighed in at 215 pounds. Silvis weighed in about 195. A little bit of a size difference here. You can see it, at least in-house. About the same height. Lazenby just a little bit thicker everywhere. Silvis going to have a little bit of speed, I would think, on the bigger man, but the bigger man's obviously going to have some size as we get down under 1 minute. Lazenby trapping wrists here. He's heavy with his left hand. He's got Wyatt's right hand. Silvis tries the outside single, but now finds himself underneath, able to get back to his feet. Risky shooting in, pass by, big time here by Lazenby. And Silvis able to spin and circle. I talked about speed earlier, but Lazenby looked very quick there on that attempt. And now Silvis has the cross wrist of his own. As we get under 20 seconds here, Silvas tries far, takes a far shot there on the high C, too far away. Wasn't quite there, but able to get back out. Lazenby, though, not taking a shot yet. He's waiting for Silvas to attack. Look for him to just smash and go behind. But Silvas going to have to protect his legs as well as we finish the first period. 0-0. Choice is going to go to Bishop Kelley. Bishop Kelley's going to go bottom. Lex Lazenby gets set. Wyatt Silvas of Guthrie gets on top. And we're back to action here to start the second period. Barm chop for Silvas, trying to get Lazenby down to his belly. Lazenby trying to stay up so he can base up and get to his feet. He gets to his feet, he'll have a lot better chance. But now Silvas has got this chicken wing on the far side. And Lazenby able to get up and get out. Chicken wing's hard to deal with when a guy's on his knees, especially if he goes to his feet. So Lazenby did a good job staying in that position. Gets out to a 1-point lead in the second. As these guys both go heavy in these collar ties. Bigger boys are standing up a lot more than the smaller wrestlers were. Typically, the big boys stand up taller because if all that weight comes down on the head. Silvas, though, shoots for his high C. He's got it come up. He's coming up with it. Out of bounds they go. No control, no points. A lot of big effort there by Silvas. Did a good job attacking the hip. That allowed him to come up and pull the leg to him. Did a good job pulling that up. Lazenby's got that his right leg back. That's the one Silvas tried to attack. Second time Lazenby's hit that pass by. Silvas got to do a better. He's leaning into it. Both guys are leaning in. That's what's setting up these shots. Silvas now forcing that high C. And Lazenby trying to shoot coming out on his own. Lazenby gets hit for stalling. It's going to be 5 or 6 leg attempts by Silvas. Lazenby is yet to go for a leg. I guess he shot once. Referee wants to see him put more action in. Silvas now tries for the outside single. Did a good job staying outside, not getting underneath. Lazenby going to have to put on a little offense of his own. Tries for a duck under, misses. Silvas fakes. Big boy starting to get a little bit of action here as we now get under 10 seconds. Silvas on another high C. He's going big this time. He's got to try to finish inbounds. Still nothing. Second takedown for Silvas, but both of them were out of bounds. Lazenby was able to just roll himself out. They're going to put some time back on the clock. Going to put 3 seconds on. Score clock having a little bit of trouble keeping up with the ref as we move into the third period. Lazenby leads 1-0 from that escape in the second. Silvas is going to have to go down here, try to get a point of his own. And again, this size advantage could play a part here from bottom as Lazenby gets a bar arm. He's got a bar arm, going for a tilt. Silvas able to scramble and get out. And now we're back to action in the third period. 1-1, we're tied up. And one of these athletes is going to have to try to score. Coach Jaden Davenport working hard on the edge, trying to get his athlete to get back on that shot he's had some success with. Twice he's gotten the takedown, just not in bounds. And Lazenby now with a big-time pass by. Third time he's hit that. All 3 he's had success with, just not the takedown. Silvas is leaning hard. Goes for the outside single and misses. And Lazenby now heavy with that collar tie. Silvas again, outside single. He's trying it. It's just not there. He needs to bang that head and hit the high C and possibly get that takedown in bounds. As Lazenby's done a good job of just staying quiet. There he misses the high C, gets behind, gets one of his own. Silvas now in all kinds of trouble as Lazenby's got this. Silvas tries for the high flyer. It was not there. And now Lazenby gets the takedown, and Silvas is going to have to try to find a way to get up and get out of there. Lazenby now heavy on this outside collar, going for the cradle. He's got the cradle locked up. Silvas is going to have to belly down and break the lock and somehow try to come out of there. And now Silvas trying to base back up, going for something too big. Lazenby ends up with a 3-point takedown. puts him up 4-1. And he's going to win this match from that third period takedown. It's going to be 3 points for Bishop Kelley with that win. As we move up to heavyweight, 285 pounds. Carter Coach. Carter Coach of Bishop Kelley, I believe, is coming out to wrestle Sir William Morgan. But Sir William Morgan picks up the forfeit. We move on to 106 pounds. Guthrie picks up a forfeit there with Joel Landry. And we move on to 112 pounds. Or 113 pounds, where Matthew Magnus of Bishop Kelley. Uriah Sisk of the Bluejays, wrestling at 113 pounds. Against Matthew Magnus, who's in on a shot here. Sisk able to stop that. And now with the arm drag attempt, Magnus not able to come up with it. They work themselves back to action here. Collar ties. Magnus takes another shot. Sisk trying to cut the corner and get behind. The block sprawl, didn't quite get behind. He got beside, not able to pick up the points, and now we're back in. Sisk takes a shot and stuffed by Matthew Magnus. And Magnus able to go behind and pick up the 3. That's going to be first points of the match with 59 seconds left to go in the first. Matthew Magnus of Bishop Kelley is on top of Uriah Sisk as he gets to work here. Sisk trying to get to quad pod and get to his feet. Magnus trying to break down that arm. Magnus wrapping up that leg kind of awkwardly. I'm not sure if he's trying to put a leg in or just ride the ankle. But he's wrapping that thing up, making it hard for Sisk on bottom to get his hips out. Chopping the arm hard. Magnus now working for that chicken wing. He's trying to work it in elbow deep. You can see it here in the camera. He's got it hooked, but he needs to get his arm dug in there, and Sisk has got to get his arm back as he is battling here on bottom to try to get up. And Matthew Magnus just riding tough on top, down under 5 seconds to go. Looks like we're going to end this period here as Uriah Sisk gets to his feet, but does not quite get out. Choice is going to go to Bishop Kelley. They're going to defer to Guthrie. Guthrie is going to pick, choice goes to Guthrie. Guthrie's going to defer to Bishop Kelley. Bishop Kelley's going to go bottom. Matthew Magnus is going to start out there, currently leading Uriah Sisk of Guthrie 3-0. He's on bottom, stands up quick. Locked hands call. As we still struggle to get that clock going. Locked hands call is going to give Matthew Magnus one more point. He's going to be up 4-0 over Uriah Sisk of Guthrie. And we get back to action here in the second period. Uriah riding tough here on top, but now Magnus able to Gazzoni his way out. Gazzoni reaches up, grabs the head, kind of a hip heist out, drops down to an outside single, and Sisk not able Not able to defend this with his hands, has to try to jump out. Not able to do so as Magnus picks up 3 more points for that takedown. And that's going to put him up 7-0. 2 takedowns, that's 6 points plus 1 point for the locked hands. And now Sis trying to come out of here with a throw. He's got the arm hooked. As he tries to get him to his back, he goes to his own back. And Magnus almost able to pick up near fall. He got a 1 count, but you got to get 2 points, 2 counts to get 2 points. So a fun little exchange there, does not result in any points. As we are under 50 seconds here in the second period. And now Matthew Magnus is back on top in control of things as Uriah Sisk of the Bluejays trying to get something going on bottom. Had a couple good little scrambles. He's got to find a way to get back to his base so he can get to his feet and get out of there. And Magnus doing a good job. He hangs off really, really heavy on the side, and he hooks the foot and he hooks the arm, and just it's almost like he's a seatbelt pulling on the side, like he's a backpack over there, just dragging him down. But now Sisk able to get to quad pod. You can see him just drag him down over there on the side like a weight, just drives to the side. Sis not able to hold his base, falls back to his belly, and we get down under 5 seconds now in the second period. Sis is starting to fight back now, though, getting back to quad pod, working his way out, not able to do so. Finishes that period on his feet, but still with no escape. Score here is 7-0. Score clock in-house has it wrong. As we go back to neutral position, that choice was Guthrie's. Coaches put Uriah Sisk on his feet, hoping that maybe he can get a takedown here. Was not able to get off bottom. No reason to put him there. Was not able to ride either. Put him on his feet and see if he can maybe make something happen. We've seen Uriah get pretty crafty in the past, so perhaps he can come out of here with some near fall on a takedown or something, get himself back in this match. He's got a front headlock, going for the go behind, and fed that leg right into Matthew Magnus, who was happy to grab it. And now he's got it. He's in on an outside single. Had a high C, ducked his head under to a single leg. And now trying to finish. Sisk, though, does not need a stalemate here. But now Magnus able to crack down and come out the back door and pick up 3 more points for Bishop Kelley. And he goes back to work on top. He's so heavy with that chop on the left side. Just leans heavy. Breaks him down, trying to get that chicken wing. Just not able to get it in all the way. Good job there by Uriah Sisk, just battling to his feet. He kept threatening until the point where Matthew Magnus had to let him go. Did a good job there. He's got to try to get behind, but Magnus has a deep arm. And now Uriah Sisk gets around behind for 3 takedown of his own. Coaches want him to cut him, and he does. And now Uriah Sisk gets back to work. Coaches were wanting him to go out front and try a snake or some type of big move, and Uriah misread what they were trying to tell him and ends up letting him go all the way. And now Matthew Magnus is up 12-4. Man, if Sisk could get a takedown here, he could take some bonus away from Matthew Magnus, who currently has a major decision, which would earn his team 4 points. And Sisk tries to get around behind, not quite able to, and that is going to do it for this match. And that's going to be 4 points for Bishop Kelley in their major decision win. Moving on now to 120 pounds. Guthrie's Caden Herendine going to be taking on, let's call him Braylon Holsey. Again, not sure his name, folks. If you're at home watching this and I get that wrong, I do apologize. They've got a couple names listed here. I'm not sure which wrestler this is. Caden Herendine off to a 3-point start with that early takedown. Caden Herendine now on top, goes back to work. With the escape is 1 point for Holzenberry, Caden Herendeen in the blue for the Bluejays. And Holsey for the Comets. Holsey tries to shoot Herendeen off. Herendeen goes for a throw by. No change in score. As Herendeen hits a quick high C knee pull to an outside single. And now he's got that elevated. He's got it up off the ground. Herendeen looks like he might be trying to blow through for a double. But he's going to have to try to figure out how to finish this, as Holsey does a good job with that whizzer, putting a lot of pressure on Herendeen, who now goes up over the back. Not always the best thing to do, but now he's trying to shelf that leg, but Holsey's got a nasty whizzer. Got Herendeen's shoulder in a bind. Herendeen looks like he's trying to pull him back in bounds and limp arm that arm out. Holsey did a good job pulling that whizzer up over his back. And now he's got Herendeen down on a hip. Holsey's cutting the corner here, he's trying to peek out around the back and step over. Herendeen's trying to get his left arm out for the double leg. You can see it peeking out. Herendeen's left arm, you can see it underneath. He's got to get into the double leg territory. And Holsey trying to cut the corner and step over. Not enough action there. The referee puts it on pause. And we're back to action. First period, 22 seconds to go. And Caden Herendeen of the Bluejays currently in the lead, 3-0 over Bishop Kelley's Braylon Holsey. 10 seconds now. Herendeen known to score quick at the end. Might try to pull the trigger here and make that happen. Holsey not making these takedowns easy. Herendeen again, high C knee pull. Just ran out of time there. We saw Holsey do a good job defending that last attempt. Choice is going to go to Bishop Kelley, and they put Holsey down. Quick escape there for him. It's going to bring the score up 2-3. And Holsey now on the offense as he starts to pressure into Caden Herendeen. Herendeen now again, high C knee pull. Right side, comes in and drops. Holsey, though, going for a spladle on the far side, or a switch of sorts. And Herendeen able to hold on the edge and pick up 3 points for a takedown there. That's going to put him up 6-2. And he goes in on top in the second period. Minute 28 seconds to go. Holsey now stands up. Herendeen lets him go. That's going to be another point for Holsey. Dives in on a shot. Herendeen stuffs that. Herendeen blocks another attempt by Holsey. As they go back on their feet, Holsey with a underhook. Herendeen turns that into a fireman's carry. And now has Holsey in all kinds of trouble here on the edge. No points yet. Look for Herendeen to at least pick up 3, if not near fall. But Holsey, long. He's able to grab that far knee of Herendeen, make this difficult. Herendeen gets the 3 now. He's got an inside cradle hooked up. He's turned this into a cradle. Now he's looking for near fall. Holsey, though, so long, so crafty there. He's pushing the far hip of Herendeen. And Herendeen's not able to crowd that cradle. He still got it, but he's not able to crowd it and get Holsey over on his back. Holsey's pushing with that inside arm, and Herendeen's not able to use his hips and run up on it. Herendeen's trying to get his hip underneath that leg, and Holsey causing all kinds of problem with that inside arm. We got 15 seconds to go. Herendeen's got his hips closer now, and Holsey again pushes that far leg away, and that keeps the hips of Herendeen from getting on top, and that's what Herendeen needs. He needs to get those hips up to run. There he just kind of forces it. Still nothing yet. And Holsey gives up 3 points for the takedown and somehow stays out of near fall trouble. As Herendeen's up 9-3 going into the third period. His choice, he'll go down. Bishop Kelley's Braylon Holsey goes in on top. And we're back to action here in the third period of this 120-pound matchup. After this, we will still have one more match at 126 pounds, as this duel started at 132 pounds. So out of order from what normally happens in the duels. I believe they probably drew for these weights, and that's what they came up with. Caden Herendeen now stuck on bottom at the moment, gets to his feet. Braylon Holsey drops down now to that ankle. He's going to have to build up and try to score, or he'll get called for stalling here. Herendeen hanging on to a whizzer now. Tries to jump out. Holsey's able to hang on. Holsey's got to be careful here. He could get called for stalling for just hanging on to that ankle. He's got to let him go, but Holsey is trying to work up a little bit here. Herendeen with a heavy shin whizzer. Crowd starting to get into this one, wanting that stall call. Holsey just... Referee, though, for some reason, going to call stalemate here instead of stalling. Typically, a wrestler on top, especially in college, you get to hold on to that for 5 seconds. In high school, they'll let you go a little bit longer, but that was a 30-second run where Holsey just held on to that leg. He tried to come up with it, and he was making an effort, but he still, if he can't score or if he can't reclaim control, has to kind of let that go. The referee allowed it, maybe just because he stayed so busy. But Herendeen this time jumps up to his feet. Look for Holsey to drop back on that leg, but Herendeen now has wrist control. There's the leg again, and now Herendeen reaches back. Herendeen reaches back for that whizzer, and there's the stall call for Holsey. Coach Jaden Davenport over there helping the official make that call as Herendeen trying to get out here, trying to make something happen. And Holsey, with 25 seconds left to go, is still riding Caden Herendeen. Herendeen not able to get out on bottom. And Holsey here needs to make something happen if he wants to try to win. 25 seconds left to go. Seems content with just riding Herendeen at this point, but look for him to maybe try to go for something desperate because he's got to get Herendeen on his back if he's going to try to win this match. Right now just riding on tough on top, and he drops again down to a double. Transitions, drops to the single, transitions to the double as they work their way out of bounds. Looks like we're going to end the match here. Caden Herendeen not able to get out on bottom, but was up 9-3. That's going to be a win for the Blue Jays. That's going to give the team 3 more points for that decision win as we move on to 126 pounds to finish up this duel against Bishop Kelley. Blue Jays currently in a commanding lead, 51-16. 51-16. So the Blue Jays will win this duel regardless. But we still got one more fun one for you. As Aiden Smith of the Blue Jays is going to be taking on Owen Hare of Bishop Kelley. Trying to front headlock and drag that arm. Guys in heavy call. Aiden Smith, a big time fireman's carry to the back. He's getting near fall here, and he is looking for the fall. He's got a half. He's working hard here to get it. Got transition that to sort of like a snake position. He's got this deep. And Owen Hare trying to fight this off with a minute to go. That's tight for a minute. That's a lot to fight for 1 minute. He's rolling, though. He's got his neck all kinds of twisted up. Aiden Hare, holy smokes, is trying to get out of this. Somehow was dead to rights. I mean, Aiden Smith had everything right there. He transitioned nicely to a half, turned that into a snake, had it deep. And Owen Hare twisted his neck so far sideways in order to get himself rolled through and out of bounds. That was a nice job by him. But Aiden Harden able to get out to an early lead. Fireman carried to the back. That's a 7-point takedown. And he is out to an early lead now and picking up more near fall. That's going to be 4 more points for Aiden Smith as we go under 5 seconds, looking for the fall here, and he's going to run out of time. But pick up 4 more. That's 11-0. Aiden Smith currently leads Owen Hare. Aiden Smith of Guthrie and Hare of Bishop Kelley. Score should be 11. As we have some more score clock issues here in-house, trying to get that score correct before we start the second period. And Hare stuck on bottom now. Not sure whose choice it was, but I believe Guthrie chose top. As Aiden Smith had a lot of success here in that first period, racked up 3 different sets of near fall. That's why that score is where it's at. As Aiden Smith now gets Hare broke down. Hare's holding on to that arm, but he's got to try to get to his base if he wants to get out of there. If he stays down here too long, Aiden Smith already showed he can lock some things up and score from this top position. But Hare he gets his hips up, and Smith breaks him right back down. Smith grinding hard here on his feet. He's got a chicken wing on the far side. He runs that over, and now Smith picks up a couple more points for near fall, but holds the same hold. Smith trying to go for the fall. And now he's either got the tech fall or he's got the pin. And there's the pin. Aiden Smith picks up 6 more for the Bluejays, and that's going to put them up 57-16 over Bishop Kelley. The Comets fall to the Bluejays 57-16, and that will be the conclusion of this duel. And that's 2 wins for your Guthrie Bluejays. Again, want to thank everyone for tuning into this afternoon's broadcast here on the Guthrie News page. We thank you guys for staying with us. And we're going to have another break here after this match, after these guys all shake hands. Let me check my notes real quick, and I'll let you know who is wrestling next. The Bluejays will stay on the same mat, and they will wrestle again versus Sapulpa. So the Bluejays will wrestle Sapulpa whenever Sapulpa finishes up on the far mat. And actually, I think Sapulpa is already finished up, so we might be running into this maybe within the next few minutes. So I'm going to go on pause. We'll leave the camera on for you guys. I'm going to take a quick break and get things ready for the next duel. And then when we start that off, we will be back again. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll catch back up with you shortly. We're going to get back to quick action here, folks. Not much of a break. Sapulpa sat down, found a seat on their sidelines, and they marched a wrestler out here against Luke Lyons at 144 pounds. This looks like Jackson Mills. Jackson Mills of Sapulpa is going to be the one to start this duel off. Mills in on a single leg here. Luke Lyons trying to fight this off. They're able to get out of bounds as they get back to center. Mills in on another single leg. Gets that leg locked high up in the hip as Luke Lyons tries to fight this off. He's fighting this thing off hard. He's got that far ankle. That's where he needs to be. And he's able to block and sprawl and go behind and make that work for his three-point takedown. Lyons now working here on top, trying to get that bar arm and make something happen so he can score some points. As Mills finds himself stuck on bottom. Luke trying to work that bar arm on the far side. Mills working his way up. With 20 seconds left to go in the first, Luke Lyons out to a three-point lead. To his feet he goes. Mills is on his feet. Lyons has got to lift and return and try to get him down. He don't want to get called for stalling here. Big-time switch. Not able to get it. As we end that first period, 3-0. Luke Lyons of the Bluejays winning over Jackson Mills of Sapulpa. First match of this duel. Choice goes to Guthrie. Luke Lyons goes down as we get back to action in the second period. Luke Lyons now in on a high C of his own. He got the escape, and now he shoots in on a high C. As he cuts the corner, he's trying to finish here. Mills was trying to cut the corner as well and scoot behind, not able to. As Lyons gets that inside arm out and pulls up that double leg. Luke Lyons now back on top, 7-0. As he tries to slow things down here, hook something up. Coaches Jaden Davenport on the sidelines over here trying to encourage his athlete to score some more points. As Mills able to get out and get the escape. Luke's got 30 seconds to try to get back in on that high C. Takes a far away shot, and now Mills finds himself in a front headlock here. As he's active enough trying to score. Lyons able to get out of that. Works himself back to this neutral position. Lyons heavy on these collar ties. Mills dives in on a shot. Not sure why he tried that little peek out, but Luke Lyons able to catch him on his back. This spells trouble for Mills as he gave up a 7-point takedown, and now Luke Lyons trying to get the fall. As the time runs out, that's going to put Luke Lyons up 14-1. And now the choice goes to Mills of Sapulpa, and he chooses bottom with a 13-point deficit. I think he went to try to force something big against Lyons and spun himself to his back. Lyons happy to just catch him there. And that was a 7-point move for Luke Lyons as he got 3 points for the takedown, 4 for the near fall to finish out that second period. And now Lyons has Mills stuck on his belly here. And he's going to need to score somehow. Pulls that arm back, pulls it out, trying to work here. Mills trying to get out here, tries for a switch. He does like a turn in as Luke Lyons tries to transition to the other side with that chicken wing. Almost got his hips out, but Lyons had a deep, tight waist. Not able to make that happen. Now Jaden Davenport working the sidelines over here, trying to get Lyons to get something locked up so he can get some bonus. And now he tells Lyons to let him go, where a takedown here will earn the team a tech fall. Lyons shoots a far off high C again. Second time we've seen him shoot from too far out. He's working the head nice now. There he goes for a high C knee pull. He's in deep here. He shelves, he elevates. Mills doing a good job fighting that off. And Lyons runs the pipe in time and puts Mills on the mat for 3 points. And that's going to get your Blue Jays out to a 5-point lead to start this duel off. Moving on to 144 pounds. We were at 138 pounds. Folks, I do apologize. Now Jackson Mills is wrestling. He's taking on Colton Stevens of the Blue Jays. Trying to figure out these rosters, folks. I do apologize. There's a lot of handwritten paper. I think I got the 5th copy made because it's very vague. I can barely read the weights and barely read the writing, but I'm trying to make it work the best I can. Colton Stevens, though, for the Blue Jays, out front early with a 3-point takedown. Has a cradle locked up. Trying to score here. Mills has the inside leg of Stevens. You can see that. When that leg is trapped, it makes it hard for Stevens. If he goes to run towards the head, Mills will pull that to his shoulder and put Stevens in trouble. So Stevens has got to stay behind that arm. Mills doing a good job trapping there. You can see him grab that leg, and he almost gets a single leg. And that makes it hard for Stevens to really take a big risk. So Mills doing a crafty job keeping Stevens off. Stevens got to let that go, and he just gives up that and goes back to work from a different position. Got a question from someone at home asking, why do officials always tuck their whistle into their shirt after each match, but then pull it right back out when the match starts? The best answer I have for you is I have no idea. I do know from wearing a whistle when I'm coaching, it flops around out there and it's not very comfortable. It gets in the way. And then obviously when you get out and start coaching, you got to pull it out to use it. And so perhaps it's just a comfort thing, but really no reason for it. I don't think it's protocol. I think it's probably more habit than anything. But definitely a good question from our friend Chris Evans. I appreciate that. Colton Stevens now on bottom. Starting off the second period, gets to his feet, working for hand control here. As he turns to face, and Mills drops for that single. Stevens just needs to get out. He just needs to get his leg down and get out. Warning stall call, because Mills has to let go of this and allow Stevens to escape if he can't return him. And now Stevens able to pick up one. That's going to put him up 4-0 as he's back on his feet. Remember the first period, came out with a quick takedown. Look for him to keep attacking with these shots as Mills gets heavy wrist control, which makes that difficult. Sapulpa fighting here with good head position. Sapulpa does have good head position here, and that makes it difficult. Takes a shot of his own. He's trying for a fireman's carry. Now he's got a short carry on the outside. He's got the elbow. Look for him to sit to his own hip and try to dump Colton Stevens. But now Stevens able to get his arm back. Mills keeps that single leg. We saw him fight in a similar position on that cradle. He's very long and limber, which allows him to grab things that most guys can't. And this is spelling a little bit of frustration for Stevens, who's having trouble making things happen that would normally work. But Colton Stevens has length on his side as well, as he is also a tall and long build. But this is going to end in a stalemate, which means there's just no action. The referee stops it and puts both wrestlers back to the center for a fresh start. 32 seconds to go in the second period. Colton Stevens now for an arm drag. Jackson Mills controlling that wrist of Stevens and making it difficult for Stevens. He's got the wrist control in the head position, which makes it difficult for Stevens to attack. He's got one of his hands tied up, and Mills doing a great job just keeping his head in position, which makes it tough for Stevens to shoot through all that. But now Stevens able to block, snap down, nearly gets behind for two, but runs out of time. And we find ourselves in the third period. Colton Stevens of Guthrie is winning 4-0 over Jackson Mills of Sapulpa. So Sapulpa defers in the second. I'm sorry, Guthrie. Referee discussing things with so apparently Sapulpa had deferred to Guthrie. Guthrie went down. Now third period, it's Sapulpa's choice. They choose bottom. And Jackson Mills trying to work himself up. Gets to his feet well with hand control and able to get out. We saw, Jackson Mills has done a good job with hand control. Most of this match, he's controlling wrists. He's got hand control now from his feet. And then on bottom went right to those hands and was able to get up and get out. Stevens having issues getting past the hand control. Now Mills in on a deep single leg. He's elevating back. Stevens has got to get the feet of Mills to his butt and keep him there. Mills needs his toes on the mat so he can push and scramble. And if Stevens is able to keep his feet off the mat, he's not going to be able to push or scramble. So lack of action, another stalemate call. We go back to the center. And again, the head position of Jackson Mills has been quite good. And now Stevens in on a far single leg on the outside. Misses it, comes through the other side. Mills tries for the snake. Stevens sprawls to the single leg attack. A nice little sequence. Both guys were just back and forthing. As these guys fighting for this position. Colton Stevens is up 4-1, but if Mills is able to finish this single leg, he'll be tying the match. So there's a lot of implications here in on this sequence. So Stevens has got to straighten that leg or tie something up for the stalemate call, which he gets. And that's going to put him back to the center. With 37 seconds to go, Colton Stevens leads Jackson Mills of Sapulpa 4-1, and Jackson Mills has got to score here if he wants to tie up this match. He's got to get Stevens down. He's got to get behind him. And Stevens, with no stall calls, really doesn't have to do much. He just has to keep from getting taken down. He can burn a stall call. It won't cost him anything. He can burn 2 stall calls and only cost him a point. He's winning by 3. And now Mills has got to force a takedown. He forces it. And now, what was Stevens getting on top, now Mills in a scoring position, and that's going to be 3 points for Jackson Mills. Ties it up at the whistle, and now we're into overtime, folks. Jaden Davenport discussing that call with the referee. Really just wanting to make sure the time had not run out before he gave those points. And Colton Stevens had a cow catcher. He had that underhook and had Mills rocked over. This will be a 1-minute overtime. It'll be a 1-minute overtime. If anyone scores, they will win in this. Nope, here we go. Oh, so I take that back. The 3 points was not awarded in regulation time. Therefore, good argument by Coach Davenport. He wanted to double check, and sure enough, the points were not awarded in time, and therefore no points were given. Colton Stevens wins that match, and that's going to be 3 more points for the Blue Jays. We're back to action here at 150 pounds. Aiden Harden of the Blue Jays, who I always call Aiden Smith, and I did it again, is wrestling for the Blue Jays, fending off a takedown here by, I guess, William Montgomery. Folks, I honestly don't know which wrestler this is. There's 2 listed. I think probably Braden Burdick, maybe. He's taking on Aiden Harden. Aiden now in on this single leg. He's got a high C. He turned in. Braden got too high. And now Harden trying to finish this high C. If he can get around, he'll get 2 points for a reversal. He at least needs to try to get an escape out of this. Burdick trying to stay behind. And now gets that leg back in. But Harden's still circling, still trying to get out of this. Burdick so high here, keeps falling on his hip. Harden's got to get his head underneath. He's got to get his head. There he goes, swims out, get his arm through. He's got 2 points for the reversal. And now he's down 2-3. 3 points for Burdick's takedown and 2 points for the reversal. And now Aiden Harden is on top with 10 seconds to go. Kept wrestling in that position. Kept feeling his way out. Burdick was just so high, was having a hard time staying in control. Aiden Harden just kept loosening and loosening and loosening as he was turning and was able to finagle his way out and get back on top. And now choice is going to go to Guthrie. Coaches are going to put Aiden Harden on bottom, where he did have success earlier. We're back to action here in the second period of this 150-pound matchup. Burdick on top now has got a leg in, going for this big-time power half. Harden's got to keep his elbow long. See how he's straightening his arm out? He's got to keep his arm long. Doesn't want that elbow up by his ear. Burdick had that half, and Aiden did a good job of just maneuvering his arm out of harm's way. Burdick, though, wrestling tough on top. Doesn't have a leg in, but he's in saddle position. There's still a lot of weight on the hips of Harden. And as Harden tries to base up, Burdick was able to get a leg back in, and then Aiden was able to get the leg right back out. Did a good job with his hip defense there. Was able to get his leg out. Now Burdick finds himself high again. Harden's got to straighten that bottom leg. He's allowing Burdick to hook that toe in. He's got to straighten his leg and get belly back out. Burdick's going to put the other one in like he did. Now Harden's finding himself fighting in this crab position. And now Burdick with a nasty half on the far side. There's that elbow he was needing. And Harden's flexibility allows him to get out, but his arm is in a terrible spot and was able to fight off that half. And credit to him, that was nasty tight. Burdick right back in on the legs, and Harden able to fight him out, doing what he's supposed to do by keeping those legs out. And Burdick trying to fight for that half again. Harden has been warned for stalling on bottom earlier where he was stuck underneath, not able to do nothing. He's going to have to stay busy. If he lays there, he'll get called again. Burdick aggressive with these halves. Was able to get it, and Harden was able to get right back out. We're down under 10 seconds. Aiden Harden fighting tough on bottom, gets to quad pod. And now there is blood. Looks like Aiden Harden's bleeding a little bit, probably from all these cross faces. And let me tell you, Aiden Harden's been in trouble this entire second period. As as Brayton Burdick has just been a hammer on top. And yet, Aiden Harden not allowed any points from this bottom position. Hats off to him. He's done a good job battling those legs. Anytime a guy has legs in from that top position, it doesn't really matter to fight the hands, the head, anything. You have to fight the leg. The leg is where all the control is. Aiden did a good job of getting the legs out and not allowing Burdick to keep them in. And so Burdick was not able to put as much pressure on the top end, meaning the halves and stuff, even though he caught them, he didn't have the bottom end secured because he didn't have a leg in because Aiden had kept the leg out. And so when he got those halves in, he didn't have the control he needed to score with them. So Aiden, although the legs kept coming in, Aiden did a good job of fighting those legs out, and that took away a lot of control that Burdick needed in order to score. So crazy sequence, and Aiden fought like a dog under there. Really has taken quite a bit of abuse in the last 2 minutes and has not given up any points. This match is still 3-2 as Burdick's going to go back in on top. And he's going to only be up by 1 point. It will be Burdick's choice in the third. Be curious to see where they put him. And Aiden Harden's still every bit in this match. Aiden's seen quite a few wrestlers this year running legs. And so he's done a good job learning how to defend these well. He's going to go back in on bottom. There's 5 seconds to go in the second period. Aiden could do well here to get a quick escape, but Burdick not allowing that. Tough on top is Brayton Burdick of Sapulpa. Choice is going to go to the Bluejays. Choice is going to go to Sapulpa. Burdick chooses neutral. And we're back to action here. The light blue singlets is the Sapulpa wrestler who just shoots in on a double leg. Aiden Harden sprawls. He's got to keep his legs straight. Has a whizzer on the far side as Burdick now has the single leg. He's cut the corner and stepped over. Burdick's peeled the hand off the whizzer. He cuts across to the double. He scores 3 points for the takedown. Harden did a good job with the whizzer. But with that, he needed to get his legs straight, and Burdick did a good job of not allowing Harden to keep his legs straight. He stepped over that foot and put a lot of pressure on the hip. Now again, Aiden Harden, we saw this earlier, catches the leg. He catches the leg. He scored a reversal here from earlier. Harden's got the leg. He's got to try to dig his way underneath and get his head underneath that leg. Burdick is in all kinds of trouble here. He's super high. He's in a lot of trouble. And Harden now in this crab ride position is going to try to switch around, let go of the leg. And now Burdick back on top with one leg in, goes for 2. And now look, Harden fights 1, fights 2. Harden did a great job there getting the legs out. You saw that great in the camera. Burdick had 2 legs in. And Harden fought left, then he fought right, then he fought left, got both legs out. He's working again to get the legs out. He's crawling his knees forward. There he goes. He gets one knee on the mat. That leg's out. And now he'll dig the other leg out. And there he does work both legs out again. Harden's done a good job here, but now Burdick's got that half, but Harden's able to swim the arm around because Burdick doesn't have control of the hips. But now Burdick gets to the half, sort of a snake position. And Harden now on his back fighting this off. He's pushing the hip, and Burdick is relentless on top. And there's a roll-through position with 5 seconds left to go. Harden able to roll all the way through on the far side. And that's going to be a win for Brayton Burdick of Sapulpa. That's going to be 3 points for their team as Aiden Harden falls short and did a good job against a tough leg rider. Actually pretty impressed there myself by how well Aiden defended. I know Burdick's probably used to scoring a lot more in such a position. We're going to move on to 157 pounds. As Guthrie's Rowan McComb is taking on, see if I can pull this up, folks. Logan Hicks of Sapulpa. Hicks Falls to the ground. Blocks ball, go behind. That's going to be 3 points for Rowan McComb. Was not able to catch what happened, why he fell. But Hicks fell on the way out there. McComb able to just hustle and cover and pick up 3 points for the takedown. It's going to escape for Hicks. As we're back on our feet. In on a shot there outside, single by Rowan. Did a good job catching that. Was in on this single earlier today in one of his other duels. Gets it high, kicks the foot, and catches the 3 points for the takedown. As Rowan McComb of the Bluejays up 6-1 over Logan Hicks of Sapulpa. Rowan going for just a half here, half from the knees. Able to get a tilt here, no points yet. Referee counted once, and then there was a transition, and then he counted once again. But he didn't count two consecutive, so there's no near fall, just almost near fall. As Hicks now gets to his feet at the end of the second period. And Rowan McComb is in lead with 2 takedowns. He's up 6-1. As the choice goes to Sapulpa, they defer to Guthrie. Guthrie chooses neutral. And we are back to action here at 157 pounds. Guthrie Bluejays taking on Sapulpa. Heavy collar tie here by Hicks. McComb with a heavy snap down of his own. McComb now shaking something off. I don't know if he got a headbutt or what. Heavy ear to ear. Now McComb finds himself underneath in the front headlock. Works out with another heavy snap. Snapped his way out. Hicks very heavy on that collar tie. And Rowan snaps out. Gets an underhook now on his left side. And doesn't want to use it. Lets it go. Hicks really trying hard for this front headlock. He's been pulling down really hard here. Snapping McComb underneath. I don't know if he's got something crafty from there or what, but it's something to keep an eye on because he's really been fighting for that position. Just hasn't been able to score with it yet. McComb, Coach Jaden Davenport over there on the side, along with Alex Fields, really coaching him up, trying to get him to do something here. McComb throws it by, gets too high. Now Hicks scrambles up with a single and gets the 3 takedown. And now McComb hits a nice switch and scrambles himself back to a reversal. So a 3-point takedown for Hicks and a 2-point reversal for McComb. That's going to make this an 8-4 match. As Rowan McComb of Guthrie is on top of Logan Hicks of Sapulpa, who just got an escape. That's going to earn him another point. And we're right back to that front headlock position. Not sure what Hicks wants from that, but he is getting it and trying to lock something up. I don't know if McComb wants to find out what he's trying to do, but there's something going on there to keep an eye on for sure. Choice goes to Sapulpa. Hicks goes down. We're back to action third period. And Hicks right to his feet on the whistle. McComb able to bump him down, and now he runs a half from the knees. Hicks able to wing down. And McComb super high on that claw ride. He's been in trouble here before. That's near fall here as McComb rolls back through. McComb did get near fall there. Now he's got an outside stack half. This is super tight as they go out of bounds. McComb picks up 4 for the near fall. And that's going to put him up 12-5 with 1:34 to go in the third. And Hicks right back to his feet, hand control. Gets himself out. McComb lets him go. And Hicks turns right around and gets right back to action. So aggressive in this collar tie, or this head tie. He's looking for a headlock, it looks like here. Maybe a snake trying to pull him back underneath. He's got his head under. He's going for an underhook. Maybe a snake, I'm not sure. McComb able to pull the hands off, get wrist control. And now, big time snap. Ron McComb snap down, goes behind. Doesn't get behind. Hicks goes in on a single, but McComb able to throw his hips and stuff the butt of Hicks over his own feet and drive him over for a 3-point takedown. Just a heads-up move there by McComb. He did it earlier and did it yet again for 3 more. And now Rowan McComb in bonus territory, up 15-6 over Logan Hicks of Sapulpa. Caution goes to McComb. Not a proper start from the top position. You get 2 cautions before you lose any points. The third caution would earn a point, so nothing bad happened there. Referee just wants to give the bottom guy a fair chance to start. As McComb now has Hicks broke down, and he's riding this inside bar arm tough. Double bar arms here by McComb. He's staying wrestling high, but he's staying on. As Hicks now having a hard time keeping his head off the mat. His fighting hands. Rolling wrist out, trying to get to his base. McComb just trying to keep that inside bar arm so that Hicks can't post up and get out. And now McComb working the half again. He scored here earlier. He's had it a couple of times. He's got this deep. He's got the elbow high, but now he's super high. With 5 seconds left to go, Hicks still battling here, trying to get up. Able to get up and get away. Rowan McComb of the Bluejays picks up a bonus win. It's going to be 4 more for Guthrie as they take a 12-4 lead over Sapulpa in this 5A duel. We're going to move on to 165 pounds. Clayton Carey of Guthrie had an exciting, super exciting match. Funnest one so far of the day in his last duel against Bishop Kelley. Is coming out here against, looks like Peyton Robinson. In on a high C here, gets a 3-point takedown on the edge. Maybe it's Rayson Robinson. Robinson goes down. Rayson trying to get a roll. He's circling, trying to get a hip roll there, trying to load up Clayton Carey. Carey able to follow and not getting any trouble, but Robinson able to hop out on bottom. A lot of action there. Did a good job wrestling. As he gets that escape. Now Clayton Carey finding his wrist tied up. Sapulpa doing a good job tying up wrist tonight. Must be something that team works on. I've seen it a lot. And Clayton Carey now tries the high C, almost comes out with a duck under, gets an underhook. Now he shoots back in on that high C. And now Robinson dumps Carey to his butt. And Carey able to roll through and come back on top for 3 points. And Robinson's super crafty. We see him going for these rolls, but even on that takedown, tried to roll Clayton through. So Carey doing a good job of just responding to a crafty Robinson, who finds himself down 5 points to Clayton Carey as we get down under 5 seconds in this first period matchup at 165 pounds. Carey staying busy on top there into that period with a crossface far arm. Just ran out of time before he could run it. Choice goes to Guthrie, and they go down. Sapulpa on top. And Carey gets straight to quad pod, hits a Peterson roll, loosens things up. That's going to get him out for 1 point, and we're back on our feet. Current score, Clayton Carey of Guthrie up 7-1 over Ryson Robbins of Sapulpa. And folks, again, I do apologize if I don't get these names right. I'm guessing on the Sapulpa name, with the handwriting and the lack of clarity, it's hard to tell exactly what this young man's name is, so I do apologize if he's got someone at home watching. Good thing is you know who he is, and he's out there wrestling well. Down 7-1, down 1-7 though, against Clayton Carey. Crafty enough to get back in the match. There it was. He sprawled and he shot in deep. He's got a double leg. Transitions now to a single. And Clayton Carey heavy with his hips here. Carey's got to keep his legs straight and start turning the corner. And Robbins has got to hang on here. But Clayton Carey's got a cradle. And that's going to be 3 points as he steps over. And that's going to put him up 10-1 now as Robbins is on bottom, stuck in a cradle, able to get his head out. And now he's got to get back to his base, make something happen as Clayton Carey heavy on this crossface. He's hanging over the front. Robbins able to catch the wrist. Now he's going for the roll. We've seen him try. He's been trying to get this all night and nearly had it. Nearly had the roll. Clayton Carey just able to scramble out. There he tried it again. Now he's up to quad pod. Robbins up to quad pod, up to his feet. Carey able to keep the crotch. Carey's going to have to return him if he doesn't want to give up stalling. Big time escape, though, for Robbins at the end of the first as Clayton Carey gets in on an outside single and just runs out of time. Choice now is going to go to Guthrie. And Clayton Carey chooses neutral. Choice goes to Sapulpa. Sapulpa goes down. Clayton Carey lets up Sapulpa for 1 point. And now we're back on our feet. Trying to follow this, folks. I do apologize, but score is 10-3. Ryson Robbins has had 3 escapes. Clayton Carey with 3 takedowns and an escape of his own. And now Robbins in on a single leg. Was going for that outside cradle. Was not able to secure it. And now is in on a single, but Clayton Carey putting a lot of hip pressure. Clayton scored here earlier, looking to score again, but Ryson's going for the headlock on the edge. And they roll out of bounds. No score. And Ryson Robbins did what he needed to do to get back in this match. He just ran out of real estate. Clayton Carey was able to roll through that headlock and get all the way out of bounds before any points could be scored. Robbins needed something big, and he got it. He's going to have to do it again if he wants back in this match. We're in the third period. We're down to a minute left to go. Clayton Carey is up by 7, and his coaches are going to want him to get a takedown or a score of some kind so that he can win by 8. If he wins by 8, that's bonus points for his team. A regular win is worth 3 points for your team. So Clayton Carey wins this match. He earns 3 for his team. But if he wins this match by 8 or more, he will earn 4 points for his team. And that's what just happened there. Now he's up by 10, 13-3. And he gets a bonus win for major decision if he can finish here. Still leading by 10 as Ryson Robbins finds himself on bottom and sort of stuck here. But guys, remember, he was crafty with these rolls. There he goes again. As he's looking for something big. Looks like he's got the ability to pull it off. Just not quite able to yet against number 7 ranked Clayton Carey. Clayton Carey is ranked number 7 in 5A. Shows why. Kept himself out of trouble against a dangerous Ryson Robbins to pick up a 10-point win and a bonus for his team at 165 pounds. Moving on to 175 pounds. Guthrie Bluejays wrestling Bryson Hall, number 1 ranked in 5A by OK Wrestle rankings. And Bryson will be taking on Slake Hurt of Sapulpa. Gets a quick takedown is Bryson Hall. Hurt down on bottom, trying to maintain his base. Bryson Hall pulling back that left arm. The one that's on the other side of the camera. You can see it swinging around there. They're just doing a little hand fight as Hall's trying to grab it. Now he gets a mean crossface, trying to grab the far elbow, or just above the far elbow. That'll trap that arm on the mat and allow him to run out front and possibly get a barbed wire or some type of a pinning combination. Now he's going for the crossface on the other side. And Hall able, with all the action going on the front side, on the back side, he pulls out that wrist and gets himself a hammerlock. And now Bryson, if he can scoop underneath the arm and grab the far wrist, he'll have what's called an Air Force, and that is a mean pinning combination. Bryson's just got to let go of the legs and start running around out front. If he can lock this up and grab that wrist, he just got to run to his right. If he runs to his left, Bryson's just trying to keep control, but if he was able to circle to his left and run around the head, he would be able to lock this up. His arms just aren't quite long enough. Usually wrestlers with long arms can do this from behind, but Bryson's going to have to run around the front and grab it. There he runs around the front and grab it, and Hurt was ready for it. As soon as Bryson got off his hips, Hurt jumped his hips up. And that is how you defend that, and maybe Bryson was feeling those hips come up. That's probably why he didn't want to get off them. Little cat and mouse game there. And now Hall just forces over this Turk tilt. Gets no near fall for it. As Slake Hurt gets out of this first period, just down 3-0 against the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state for Guthrie, Bryson Hall. Chooses neutral. Oh, slick little ankle pick by Bryson Hall for 3 more points. As he's back on top now, he's got to be careful with this Turk. He can't be if he pulls that foot towards the head, it's called a bow and arrow. Not allowed to do that in high school. So although Hall would love to reach back and grab that ankle and pull away the post, it's no longer legal. It was legal years ago, and it's still legal in college, just not here in high school, which allows Hurt to post that outside leg. Makes it harder to get this Turk, but Bryson Hall able to figure something out, and he picks up 4 points for the near fall. And that's going to put him up 10-0. Bryson Hall now pulling back that arm, looking for a chicken wing. You can see him scooped over top. And he's going to run his back, or he's going to run that arm across his back. But right now, Hurt's doing a good job. See, he's pushing on his knee and keeping his arm straight, and that brings Bryson's arm up towards his shoulder. But see, now that Bryson's got elbow to elbow, see how when they're elbow to elbow, Hall has the advantage. But when Hurt gets his arm straight and they get shoulder to shoulder, Hurt would have the advantage in that situation. Or maybe not the advantage, but Bryson wouldn't be able to do anything. So on those chicken wings, the top guy wants elbow to elbow, the bottom guy wants shoulder to shoulder. The way you get shoulder to shoulder is to straighten the arm out. Now you see it again here. Now they're closer to elbow, but there's a struggle that goes on there. And if Hall's able to get that locked in all the way, he's going to get near fall. And if Hurt's able to keep that arm straight, Hall can't score with that particular hold. Hall's doing a good job of pulling it back, but Hurt obviously is aware of how to defend that, and he's doing a good job. We go into the third period, and Sapulpa is going to put Hurt on bottom. Bryson Hall's going to let him go. Look for Hall here to look for a couple of takedowns to try to get the tech fall. Wasn't able to score on top, so look for him to try to get the tech fall. He's already got bonus as far as a major decision goes. He's up by 9. You need 8 to get the major decision. Hurt, though, has it over the top arm here. Bryson Hall, he's slowing things down, and Hall's going to try to get 2 or 3 takedowns to get a tech fall, but Hurt doing a good job just holding this off as he's holding on to that single leg on the far side. It would be weird to get a stalemate here, as normally that would be a three-point takedown already, but now Hurt able to jump over on top and make something crazy happen here. How clever was that? Very tricky. Was able to get his hips over top of Hall, and now Hall finds himself
Hall finds himself in a crazy spot. Hurt gets a 3-point and erases the major decision. Right now, Bryson Hall is only up by 6, and he's underneath Slake Hurt. So Hurt, with a takedown of his own, was able to erase the major decision victory. I'm sorry, the major decision advantage. And now Bryson Hall's got to get back on top if he wants to get a bonus for his team, or he's at least got to get out of there. Bryson looks like he's going for something big when really he just needs to get away and get on top. If he can get back on top, he can get the major decision. Get an escape, get on top, but look for him to go for the head here and look for near fall. So he's going to get 2 more points, and now he's got an 8-point lead, so he's got his major decision back. But Slake Hurt, crafty in that position, was able to make that interesting at the end. But Bryson Hall of Guthrie able to pick up the win with bonus for the Bluejays, and that's going to put them up 20-4 over Sapulpa. As we move on to the 190-pound weight, Roston Usselton of the Bluejays will be taking on either Ryan Peterson or J.C. McIntosh. I'm looking at the 2 weights, or the 2 wrestlers that are here for Sapulpa, and I'm going to go ahead and guess that this is Ryan Peterson. And I'm really only judging off of my gut here because I am not sure who this wrestler is, but we're going to call him Ryan Peterson, taking on Roston Usselton of Guthrie at 190 pounds. Usselton currently ranked number 3 in Class 5A by OK Wrestle rankings. We're down under a minute in the first period with heavy collar ties. Ooh, Usselton on an outside single on the left. Comes from that collar ties, transitions and switches off. And picks up a 3-point takedown in this first period. Now we're under 30 seconds, and Roston Usselton is in the lead. And goes to work here on top. Peterson stuck on bottom. Looks like he's going for a wrist roll as well. We've seen Sapulpa do this already a couple of times tonight. Got some crafty wrestlers from these scrambling positions. Usselton's going to have to be careful as he goes into the second period. Choice goes to Guthrie. Usselton goes down. Whistle starts stand up here. Peterson able to hold on to the wrist, but Usselton able to scramble out as he gets a 1-point escape to add to his 3-point takedown. That's going to be 4-0 now for Usselton over Peterson. Peterson of Sapulpa and Roston Usselton of the Bluejays of Guthrie shoots in on a double and misses. Good hips defense there by Ryan Peterson. Got some big legs. Those are going to be heavy hips to try to run through. And Usselton now with big underhooks. Heavy collar tie here. Going to have to be careful. Charges in now. Heavy snap down again. Usselton now in the front headlock position. Tries for that outside single. That's what he scored with earlier. He came out of that front headlock to an outside single on his left side. He missed it that time. And we're back to heavy collar ties. There's a minute still to go in this second period. Roston shoots again.
I would think one more attempt at a shot would earn a stall call for Usselton, as he's the only one that's doing leg attacks or trying to score points here. Peterson doing a good job fending it off, doing a good job of playing defense, but Wrestling awards the offensive guy for sure. And that referee probably close to calling a stall call if Usselton keeps attacking or if Peterson doesn't try to do a leg attack here. There's another snap down by Usselton. He just needs to go behind here. There he gets his three. Heavy on the head of Peterson. Was able to snap him down and get his hips over top of his feet. And that kind of froze Peterson up where he couldn't circle. And once that happened, Usselton was able to just walk around behind and pick up three more. As we go into the third period, choice will go to Sapulpa. And Ryan Peterson's going to go bottom. Roston Usselton of Guthrie goes on top. And we get back to work in this third period. Usselton leading 7-0. Is not in bonus territory yet. He's just running on a regular decision. If he gets above 8, he'll have a major decision. As he's got this bar arm. Now he's working inside bar arms. Javen Davenport of the Bluejays just pacing back and forth down the side of this mat. Walking his wrestlers through each one of the steps they need. Doing a good job over there on the side. Really working. And there's a 1-point escape for Peterson. And now Usselton's trying to get another score. Davenport told Roston to cut him because he wants a major decision. And now Usselton's got to get to work. It has not been easy to get through those legs of Ryan Peterson, who's been heavy. But now Usselton almost had the two, waves it off, but now able to hustle around the back and pick up 3 points. Now it's a major decision territory for Usselton. And after that sequence, Jeremy Davenport's on his feet. Both of these coaches walking Roston through the step-by-step process of what he needs to do. And I'm sure the Davenport mama at home is happy to see her boys coaching these Bluejays up. Scratch that, she's actually here in the crowd. As Roston runs down the clock, he's going to pick up a 10-1 victory. And that's going to earn his Bluejays 4 points. As we move on to 215 pounds, where Wyatt Silvis of the Bluejays is going to be taking on Trey Henderson of Sapulpa. Henderson shoots in on a high C. Silva's trying to fight this off, but too quick, too much. As Henderson off to a quick and early lead. Silvas comes up, trying to fight this leg down. Henderson's going to have to return Silvas, or he's going to get called for stalling for just hanging on. And Silvas bouncing around here. Not able to get out. Henderson now on top, grinding away. Silvas has got to try to base back up to his knees. And Henderson aggressive and heavy on top here. Silvas now back to his base. And Henderson's got that arm control. Able to throw Silvas back to the mat. Silvas sort of in a fetal position. Is going to have to posture the other way. He's looking into this half. If Henderson's able to get underneath that arm, he will have a half. Now Silvas postures the other way. And now he's got to start working back to his base. Henderson heavy on top here with 35 seconds left to go. Silvas, though, back to his base. Now he's starting to work that stand-up. Gets up and gets away. Good job by Silvas by staying patient under there and was able to get that escape. That's going to get him a point. As this first period winds down, Trey Henderson of Sapulpa currently leading Wyden Silvas 3-1. And Henderson heavy with wrist control. He's going to pull those wrists and get Silvas to step, and then he pulls those legs in. Short time here. Henderson very crafty. He pulls those wrists, and Silva's standing straight up. He's got those straight legs. Henderson's going to try to pick ankles. It's kind of the strategy of those wrist locks. Silvas is going to have to keep his head down and block. See what happens here in the second period. Choice goes to Sapulpa. Henderson goes down. Silvas on top for Guthrie. Henderson maintains his base. Silvas is going to have to break him down to his belly. And now he's way too high as Henderson gets that wrist lock again. Comes up in on a high C. Going to look for a reversal here if he can get it. Silvas, though, going to get his hips back, and Henderson just takes the escape. And that's going to earn him another point. As we get back to action here on our feet in the second period, minute and 30 to go. Trey Henderson of Sapulpa up 4-1 with wrist control on the inside. You can see it over there. Silvas now has a collar tie locked up, but look for Henderson to pull and catch those ankles. There it is right here. He's going to come out of that and probably attack whichever lead ankle he has. Silvas is going to have to get some offense going of his own. Henderson there. Nice job on the transition, but Silvas with a heavy hip. Keeps that leg straight. Heavy hip, big whizzer, wrestling hard here. But Henderson's got the angle. Silvas has just got to try to stay heavy and use that hip to his advantage. And now Henderson, Silvas, single leg on the outside. Goes for the cradle, not able to get it. Henderson had a deep shot. Silvas able to fight that one off with 30 seconds left to go in the second period. Silvas now has the collar tie. This position earlier, Henderson was able to do the cross wrist and get that single leg on the far side. Here's a high C attempt by Silvas. Shoots for the back leg, too far away. And Henderson with a big, heavy hip, able to easily go around behind for three. And that's going to put him up 7-1 going into the third period against Wyatt Silvas of the Bluejays. Trey Henderson of Sapulpa on top of Wyatt Silvas. And Guthrie currently has an inside leg trapped as Silvas trying to base up. Silvas gets out and gets facing. He's got to try to get his one here. Henderson's just hanging on as he now gets to his feet. Silvas gets a reversal, big time lift return. So Silvas gets 2 points for the reversal. That gives him 2 more points. The score now is 3-7. Score is 3-7. Henderson of Sapulpa is in the lead, and he is on bottom. Silvas of Guthrie is going to go on top and go out front and try to make something big happen, but that didn't work out so well as Henderson gets right to his feet, and now they get back to action. Henderson's done a good job using his stature to his advantage. Not tall for a 215-pounder, but he's doing a good job staying in a good stance. Sapulpa has done a good job today blocking. They do a good job blocking with their head. They're in the way, and that's been hard for Silvas to deal with as he gets that underhook. Might have been a good idea there to use that. He used it earlier to score with. Maybe he can do it again here in this match. But again, the head position of Henderson is making it very difficult for Silvas to use even that. Silvas trying for a headlock. Not really known for that, but he's trying something here. Down to a minute and 30 seconds or so. In-house clock shows a minute and 30 seconds still to go in this match, which only favors Guthrie at this point, unless Sapulpa is able to pick up a bonus here. For about a minute and 20 seconds, the clock in-house did not run. And so now Silvis, with this heavy hip, has an opportunity to score again, as he does. That's going to earn him 3. And now he's going to cut him, and now Silvis with a takedown could be back in this match. And there's 45 on the in-house clock now. Current score is 6-9. Silvis shoots for a high C and misses. Henderson now again controlling that wrist heavy. Silvis ought to snap down and go behind it. Worked earlier. Henderson holding on to that wrist, trying to hold off the points. Silvis big time high C. He misses, and now he's underneath as he works out of bounds with 14 seconds left to go. Wyatt Silvis of the Bluejays trails Trey Henderson of Sapulpa. Goes for a big high C. Sapulpa shoots. Silvis got a circle. He's got to try to get behind. We got 5 seconds left. Henderson's holding on for dear life. Silvis trying to circle and score. Not able to make it happen. Trey Henderson holds on for the victory here to earn Sapulpa 3 more points. In what turned out to be a fairly exciting match. Started off a little one-sided. By the time it got to the end, Silvis made that interesting. And we move on now to 285 pounds. We're the big boys at heavyweight. And Sir William Morgan will be wrestling for Guthrie. And Thaddeus Peterson will be wrestling for Sapulpa. Guthrie brought along a couple of heavyweights today. Sir Will being one of them. And remember, folks, we are not ending at heavyweight. We will end at probably 144 pounds, I think. Maybe 132. We will end at 132. Luke Lyons started off this duel at 138. So we're going to end up at 132 pounds. So after this match, we still have 4 more to go. 5 more to go, looks like. We're only halfway through this duel. Guthrie currently leading 24-7 over Sapulpa. As we get to this heavyweight matchup, big time double leg by Thaddeus Peterson. Ran out of real estate. I'm glad he didn't try to finish that. He wasn't going to score, but he was going to end up in the bleacher somewhere and likely get someone hurt. These big boys go flying. It's never a good thing for the pedestrians standing behind. So classy move there by Thaddeus Peterson to just let up on the edge. As they go back to action here, 35 seconds left to go in the first. As these big heavyweights battle in these collar ties. Thaddeus Peterson of Sapulpa now gets a big underhook on Sir William Morgan of Guthrie as he charges forward. And Sir Will leaning back in, trying to pass these elbows. Sir Will with a shot of his own attacks that inside leg. Not able to score there either, as both of these big heavyweights make it through the first period scoreless. And as we move into the second period, choice will go to Sapulpa. And they'll put Thaddeus Peterson on bottom. Sir William Morgan of Guthrie on top. As we get back to action here in Bishop Kelley High School Gymnasium. Sapulpa with the first score of the match. Thaddeus Peterson stands up, gets the escape, earns himself a point, and we get back to action on our feet. Again, these heavy collar ties, and Peterson trying to pass by. They'll start to lean, and then someone tries to disappear. And I say it all the time, but at heavyweight, nothing happens until something big happens. So it's kind of slow. You don't see a lot going on. These guys there's a lot of feeling out. And then all of a sudden, someone's going to disappear and either get caught on their back or catch someone on their back or fall. And when that happens, it sure gets exciting. So nothing happens, and then a lot happens real quick. So most likely, we'll be running into one of those events here soon. We're down to about a minute to go now in the second period. Sapulpa's out front 1-0 with the escape. And they just battle for these inside positions. They battle for spots on the mat. They're battling for basically a teeter-totter tip position. Now we're in headlocks. Peterson's got a headlock. Sir Will's trying to work his way out, but there's a big underhook here. Advantage here goes to Sapulpa. Big time, drives him out of bounds, gets the double leg, but does not score. Gets the double leg, but does not score as they go out of bounds, and Sir Will goes all the way to the basketball floor. As Peterson again hits another double leg. That's the second time he's done that. Just starts too close to the edge. He's going to need the entire mat if he's going to run through that. He gets good head position, stands Will up, grabs the legs, and starts running. And Sir Will, to his credit, athletic as he is, able to just chomp his feet and get out of bounds before those 3 points are earned. And now we go third period. Choice goes to Guthrie, and Guthrie goes neutral. As Sir William Morgan, still new enough to wrestling, has not quite figured out the bottom position as a heavyweight. It can be very risky down there. If you know how to get out, well, then you can get up and get out. But if you can't get out, oftentimes you give up a pin. These big boys, once they get on top of each other, it gets pretty rough. But there's a snap down and a go behind by Sapulpa as Thaddeus Peterson, snap down, go behind for 3. Gets himself up now 4-0 in this third period. Like I said earlier, nothing happens till something big happens, and that was a big-time takedown for Thaddeus Peterson. That's going to put him up 4 points. As Sir William Morgan now trying to figure out how to get off bottom so he can get back in this match. I was saying earlier, Sir Will came to us from football. He's wrestled for a couple of years. I think this might be his second, maybe third year as a wrestler. And bottom position is the hardest position to learn, especially as a heavyweight. Like say, getting up from underneath such weight and pressure is difficult for average-sized guys, but when you add the weight and the strength of a heavyweight, it really, really makes it difficult. There's a little knack to it, a little trick to it. Sir Will still trying to figure that out. We've seen him get a couple escapes this year. Sometimes it's really, really risky because you'll wear down pretty quick, and so coaches thought they'd leave him on his feet to see if he could get a takedown, but now he finds himself on bottom anyway. With a good opportunity to work here and try to get better. But Sir Will is going to be warned for stalling on bottom. It's not going to do anything as far as points go. If he gets warned again, that will be a point. Again, Sir Will, I don't think he's being lazy down there. I just think he's stuck and doesn't know what to do. Referee's going to give the top man a fresh start for that stall call. And Sir Will gets right back to his belly. He's going to struggle here to get up as Thaddeus Peterson grinds away on top, trying to get a half, trying to dig underneath. Sir Will just hiding those arms. Now Sir Will gets to his base as Thaddeus gets an arm back. Now it's starting to get interesting. He pushes that arm over, and now he's got Sir Will in trouble, and that has been time. Not sure what kind of points are going to get awarded here. There should have been a near fall of some kind. Doesn't look like they're going to get any. And that is going to earn Sapulpa 3 more points for their team. with that decision victory of Peterson. Going to give up a forfeit. Sapulpa's going to give up a forfeit at 106 pounds, and that will be 6 points added to Guthrie for that forfeit. We're going to move to 112 pounds. 113 pounds is the high school weight. Uriah Sisk of the Bluejays is going to be taking on Jack Madden. Jack Madden wrestling for Sapulpa at 113 pounds. Gets an underhook and a throw by and picks up a quick 3 in the first 5 seconds of this 113-pound matchup. And now Uriah Sisk gets right to his feet. And Madden now going for a spladle. Walks him back in bounds. And now gets the spladle semi-locked up. He's caught the far arm. Awkward position here for Uriah Sisk. As he works his way out of that with 1 minute 20 seconds left to go in the first. And now there's a big-time half. Jack Madden pulling the neck down, but Sisk able to get back to his quad pod, get back to his feet. They go out of bounds, and we get back to action here in the first. Takedown and near fall is going to put Jack Madden up 7-0 so far in this first period over Guthrie's Uriah Sisk. And now Madden's got a inside cradle locked up. Sisk went for quad pod. Madden locks up this inside cradle. He's going to pick up more near fall. Looks like he's got the pin, though. And that's going to be 6 points for Sapulpa with that bonus win. Now we jump up to 120 pounds. Guthrie's Caden Herendeen going to be taking on, we're going to call him Christian Q. Again, we've got a few guys listed at this weight. I'm not sure which one he is, so we're just going to go with Christian Q as Herendeen with a big-time lat drop whipped over and has Q taken down with near fall. I guess just taken down and no near fall. Herendeen's going to be up 3-0. He's going to let Q go here as they get back to action. Caden Herendeen currently ranked number 2 in Class 5A. Guthrie's got 5 wrestlers ranked in the top 10 this year so far. Now Herendeen with a takedown from behind. Q trying to reach back for that head and get dangerous. Herendeen riding out here with a minute to go in the first. Q grabbing wrist, looking for hand control, now trying to stay based up. Got his inside leg up, going to try to bounce and go. As they get out of bounds, Q nearly escaped. Herendeen able to get him out of bounds before he got the one. And they'll get back to work here with 48 to go in the first period. Q did a good job hopping up to his feet there, but Herendeen able to catch that arm. Tries to roll through tilt, not able to get it. Tries it again. This time able to score. Gets a 2-point near fall. Every time the referee swipes those hands, that would be considered near fall, a fall being a pin, so he's nearly pinned. It's a 45 degrees or less, I guess. If he swings his arm, he's got to get to 2 in order to start scoring points. So if he swings it once, you don't get any points. If he swings it twice, you get 2, and then 3, and then 4. You can get up to 4 near fall. Herendeen able to get 2 there. Now a Q up to his feet. Not able to get out. With conclusion of that first period, Caden Herendeen up 8-1. He got 2 takedowns and 2 points for a near fall on one of those roll-through tilts. As we get to the second period, Sapulpa chooses bottom. Caden Herndon back to work on top. There's that roll through tilt again. No near fall. Now the head lever. Herndon tries to get to that chicken wing. Q gets back to his feet. And Herndon lets him go. Q back on his feet now. It's going to be a point for him. Current score 8-2. Minute 30 left to go in the second period. Q's been faking well, but hadn't really pulled the trigger yet on any real attempt. And now Herndon just blows through a head-to-head. Gets in on the high crotch on the outside. Q able to get out of the crackdown and back into the double position. Herndon switches off to the double. Gets a lift. Now he's got to try to step over one of these feet. Either one would work. Q, though, long and tall, able to lock in the crotch here. Q would be happy to get a stalemate. And Herndon seems to be happy to get a stalemate as well. He's going to have to keep wrestling if he doesn't want it. Herndon now just hanging on. And Q does a good job locking the crotch and hiding his ankles and not allowing Caden Herndon to step over the feet, which makes it very difficult to score there. So Q did a good job just fending off what was a nice little high crotch double leg attempt. There's a shot from Q. We haven't seen one yet, but that was a good one. But for his effort, Herndon blocks brawl go behind. He's going to pick up 3 more points. It's going to put him up 11-2. Now he's got bonus. He's in bonus territory here. Bonus territory with a 9-point lead. Herndon gets hit for stalling here. He kept the feet of Q tied up and just laid there. So he wasn't trying to score from that position, which is technically stalling. So Caden Herndon's been warned for stalling. Q, though, right to his feet, gets up and gets out. That's a big escape at the end of the period. Goes in on a shot. He's firing now. Herndon now under 10. Hits a fireman's carry. And able to score at the end of this second period. 3 more points. That puts him up 14-3. He's in bonus territory with major decision implications. He's up 11 points now. Herndon's going to need a couple of takedowns or some kind of a turn. And if Q can get a takedown here, he can start to erase that major decision bonus. So he's either got to go for something big here to win, or it would be a win for his team to just knock off some of this bonus, as Guthrie finds himself out to a 30-16 lead in this team race. Q tries to swing over top of that whip and finds himself on his back. Herndon making him pay for that as he takes him down to his back and picks up the fall. That's going to be a 6-point win for Guthrie. To Q's credit, was trying to make something big happen there and just got caught for it. You're wrestling number 2 kid in the state. Sometimes risks come at a cost. Had every reason to take the risk, but he had every reason to take that risk, but had to pay the cost for it as he got pinned. We're on to 126 pounds now as Braxton Lee of Sapulpa is in on a big double leg here against Aiden Smith of the Bluejays of Guthrie. Gets himself 3 points on the takedown. Now Smith able to catch that leg. Lee tried to put a leg in. Hayden Harden grabs it, but he's not able to get his head underneath it. There he does. Now he whips it around and tries to come out the back. He's got what would be like a fireman's carry position. Gets off the arm, but now gets the reversal. Goes, he swims for the half. Hayden Smith back in this match now after getting taken down. Comes up with a reversal. 3-point takedown for Braxton Lee and a 2-point reversal for Aiden Smith. Smith still down on points, but in top position. He's got the cross arm above the elbow. He's working here on the edge. He's got him bellied down, going for the cradle on the far side. He doesn't have it. He needs to get his arm back, or it's going to get grabbed like it does here. The Blue Jays have been leaving their arms hanging out front, and we saw it against Bishop Kelley, and we saw it here against Sapulpa. These guys are grabbing these hands over top and putting them over their head and getting out. Guthrie's got to do a better job of hiding their hands, hanging out the front. Keeps getting him in trouble here. Smith's got his arm back, though, finally, and he's going back to work on top. Looking good on top. Now he's too high. Got to get back. Down under 5 seconds. He just needs to ride this out. Braxton hits a nice little peek out or something. He could earn a point. Not able to do so. And we end that first period with Braxton Lee of Sapulpa ahead of Aiden Smith, 3-2. As Guthrie's choice, Aiden Smith goes down. Braxton Lee of Sapulpa on top. Aiden does a good job getting standing up early. Now he's finding himself stuck on bottom. He got to his feet and got bumped back down. Didn't get bumped down to bad position, though. But now he's getting a little bit more strung out as Braxton Lee goes to work on top. Remember earlier, Lee tried to put in a leg, and when he did, Aiden Smith caught that leg. And now Braxton's got a cradle, and somehow Aiden Smith's trying to come out on top of this, but he's given up near fall for his effort. But he's weaseling his way up top. He's got a reversal. Now he's got Lee on his back. He gave up near fall to get this, but now he got the pin. Aiden Smith with a big-time reversal to the back picks up 6 points for the Blue Jays. And that's going to bump that score up 42-16. As we move on to 132 pounds. Where Tucker Alberti is taking on Matt Mahalik. At 132 pounds, Mahalik with a quick takedown, just goes behind, gets a leg in, and is getting back to work, or is getting to work on top. Gets too high here. Got to settle in a little bit. Mahalik has a tendency to get a little bit high. When he stays back and gets behind those arms, he can be really, really crafty from the top position. Got that toe laced. Gets it out. Now he goes for a cradle on top. As Alberti on bottom now is caught in a cradle. Mahalik pulls it up. Alberti rolls through. No near fall yet. Mahalik still got that cradle locked up, and this one's tight here. A lot tighter this time through. That's a pin for Matt Mahalik. That's going to be 6 more points for the Blue Jays, and that's going to win the duel for them 48-16. The Guthrie Blue Jays over the Sapulpa Chieftains. With another victory for the Blue Jays, that is going to be That's going to be 3-0 on the day for the Blue Jays, as they've got one more duel against Pryor that should begin fairly shortly. We're going to take a quick, brief break while they warm up and get ready for this next duel. I will let you know as soon as I know when this will happen, but I got a feeling the last one started real quick. Pryor's coming over, so we're going to take a brief break, and then we will be back to action here shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to action as we are knocking out these duels, the quickest 4 duels I've ever been a part of. But as we got to travel back to Guthrie this afternoon, it'll be nice to get home at a decent time. We're going to start this duel off against Pryor at 144 pounds. And I'm not sure who the Pryor wrestler is because they've got 3 guys listed here, but I do know that Colton Stevens is wrestling for the Bluejays. And so we're just going to start off here and call him Pryor. Pryor now in on a single leg, high C on the outside as he shoots Colton Stevens off the mat. Now in with this wrist control. Colton Stevens has an outside elbow. Stevens trying to swing out, get an IC on the other side. Not able to get it. Pryor reaches in now for a high C of his own. Neither guy really had good head position. Both guys kind of feeling each other out with these shots. Stevens with an inside tie now and an outside control. On the other side, nothing yet with a minute to go. Colton Stevens in on a big single leg. Pryor comes out with a big snake. Able to power his leg back. Now he shoots in on a single. Stevens stuffs it, sets him down, and picks up 3 points on the edge for Guthrie. With 49 seconds left to go. Looks like we've got a injury time or a blood time. I think it's blood. Colton Stevens, a bit of a bloody nose, I think. Or perhaps just a cut on his finger. Looks like he's just got a cut on his finger. As they get all that cleaned up. Doesn't seem like it's too big a deal other than he's more than likely a scratch from that scramble. You know, a lot of grabbing going on, and when you grab, sometimes those fingernails get caught even when they're trimmed. Wrestlers got to have their fingernails trimmed so there's not so many scratches, but they are common. Could have got it caught on a headgear or a shoe or anything, really. Coaches are going to get that cleaned up, and looks like they're going to put something on it, maybe a little tape. Try to keep it from causing any more issues this match. If you are watching at home, this will be the last duel of the afternoon. And I want to thank everyone for tuning in on the GNP. As I'm Sean Silvas alongside my beautiful wife, Lindsay Silvas, who's running the score clock today for us, and the camera. Double duty as we get back to work here in the first period of this 144-pound matchup. Colton Stevens of the Guthrie Bluejays taking on a wrestler from Pryor, and I apologize, I do not have his name. And Pryor now with a big reversal was working to his feet to escape, and instead of getting out, turned around, grabbed the legs of Colton Stevens, was able to elevate, lift, and finish what looked like a takedown, but it was really just a reversal, which earns him 2 points. With 17 seconds left to go, Colton Stevens is going to be on bottom, Pryor on top. Stevens now with a big stand-up early on. Pryor locks and lifts. Stevens long and tall, being heavy with those legs. Tough guy to lift up in that position for sure. Big time locked hands call. Pryor locked his hands on top, and that will give Colton Stevens 1 additional point for an illegal hold. An easy point for Colton Stevens, which could come into play later on in this match. With 2 seconds left to go, we're going to end the first period. Colton Stevens of Guthrie on top, 4-2 over Pryor. Choice goes to Guthrie. Colton Stevens goes down. Pryor gets on top, and we're back to action. Limp arm stand up. Gets to his feet. Pryor trips him down. Now Colton all the way to his hip. Posts the outside leg, comes right back to his feet. Fighting hard there. Doing a good job. Pryor's going to try to trip him out of bounds. Colton's got to try to stay inbounds. Both wrestlers playing the edge here. Colton doesn't need to go back in. He just needs to get away. Pryor able to take him back down all the way to his belly. Now Colton's got a base all the way up from scratch. He's done it several times so far this match. Just has not been able to get out. Now Pryor on top, locks up a cradle on the far side. This is trouble for Stevens. Stevens throws the headlock and helped build the momentum for that suicide cradle. As Pryor rolls through and tries it, not able to get it. As Stevens rolls with it, gets back to his base, able to get that escape, and that's going to put him up 5-3. I'm sorry, 5-2. 49 seconds left to go in this second period. Colton Stevens of the Bluejays scored earlier, pass by. He passes it by for a takedown. Beautiful job by Colton Stevens. That was slick. Pryor was leaning in on that collar tie, and Stevens just slid it right by. Pryor had to go straight to his hands, and Colton Stevens able to pick up the easy two. Very slick pass by for Guthrie to earn him 3 more points on that takedown. With 16 seconds left to go in the second period. Stevens now has a modified tilt here, not able to pull it off. But he's got a chicken wing. Pryor able to base up and stop that as we conclude the second period. Colton Stevens of the Guthrie Bluejays currently winning 8-2 over this wrestler from Pryor. As they go back on their feet. Pryor's going to have to try something big in order to score here. Gets a big double leg. Stevens able to walk it out of bounds. He's going to have to block that better next time because Pryor's going to have to do something big. A takedown, a feet to back, something. A 7-point takedown will put him back in this match. Stevens needs a takedown just to fend him off. To finish on top would be big. And on this single leg, again, he goes for another big double, didn't get it. Transitions to a single, he's got it locked, and now he's on the edge. Stevens, though, doing a great job fighting hands and getting his leg back down. Those long legs of Colton Stevens seem to be giving this Pryor wrestler some trouble. Colton Stevens doing a good job staying on his feet and staying relevant. Shoots again, and now Colton Stevens with a cradle. He's got a cradle here, and he whips it over, gets 3 more points. And no near fall yet, but Pryor's in all kinds of trouble. And there was a 1 count. Can't see it in the camera, but he's got to be at 45 degrees. Colton does not want to roll here. He'd be better off letting go and just ending on top. Pryor wrestlers trying to elevate this to get Colton to roll through so he can catch him on his back. Risky position here for Colton. He got the 3. He doesn't have to force this. Pryor wrestler's going to try to roll Colton over top of his own head and try to pick up more. And now Colton comes out on top with just a takedown. And boy, that was a slick little cradle catch by Colton, using that length to his advantage. Now he's got the chicken wing. He's rolling over top. And now Pryor's in all kinds of trouble. Colton Stevens laying on this chicken wing. He's got 40 seconds left to go. A lot of time to finish this. He's up 11-2. He's going to have 4 points of near fall. And that is a pin for Colton Stevens. 6 points for Guthrie. Big match there for Colton Stevens. Starting off this duel in a big way as we move up to 150 pounds. Again, folks, I got 3 wrestlers listed here. We're going to go with Gray at Jefferson. With the takedown against Aiden Harden of the Bluejays. Comes out with an early takedown, now gets to work on top. Harden's going to have to work to his base, start working his way out. He did a good job on bottom in his last match, and now Jefferson's going to try to let Aiden go. They're going to go back on their feet here on the edge. Jefferson goes back to the middle, takes a shot, and comes up short. Both these wrestlers tall, long. Down under a minute. Tries a duck under to a high C, misses. Again, both wrestlers are long. That means there's a lot of distance between their hand fights and their legs. But that time, Jefferson able to get Harden to step heavy and shoots a fireman's carry and catches that leg. Hasn't scored yet, but Harden in all kinds of trouble. He's got that elbow caught, the far elbow, which kept Harden very tippy, very top heavy. Trying to roll him back through for more near fall, not able to get it. Jefferson did pick up 3 points on the takedown. As they wrestle here on the edge, Harden gets right back to his feet, though, in a good place. They get out of bounds here, or they go out of bounds here. And now Harden goes back in on bottom. 15 seconds left to go in this first period. Jefferson running this chicken wing crazy hard. Would have liked to see the referee be there for that. So Aiden Harden rolls out his shoulder. That last little sequence was a little rough. Referee didn't get there in time to stop that. Now Aiden Harden of Guthrie is down 6-1, but he's on top. Pryor's Gray Jefferson able to get to his feet and get out. Harden out in front of his toes, needs to settle in, get centered on his feet a little bit better. As Jefferson now hits that duck under he was looking for earlier. Harden going for a headlock here. No points yet, and there's the 3 points for Jefferson as he returns Harden to the mat. And that's going to put Jefferson up 10-1. Over Guthrie's Aiden Harden, who's on bottom now. Jefferson now hooking up a cradle on the inside. Harden able to kick out of that. Now he's fighting hands. Jefferson lets him go. Harden back on his feet now. It's going to be a 1-point escape. Jefferson faking hard, getting to work here. Not able to turn Harden. Looks like he's going to try to get another takedown before this period's over. As our coach on the sideline is asking for bonus. And now he's got a snap down, trying to go behind. Harden's got the arm. Now Jefferson able to pull the arm out and get his 3 points for the takedown. Inside cradle attempt by Jefferson. Not able to get it. Hanging on tight here on top. And we're down under 20 seconds in the second period with 1 more to go. Gray Jefferson of Pryor leading Aiden Harden of Guthrie 13-2. Currently, Pryor is in bonus territory, if you will. Up 11 points. You only need 8 for major decisions. That earns the team 4 points. Jefferson now runs this snake. He's going for it hard. This is trouble for Aiden Harden. Got caught on bottom, being complacent just a little bit. And Gray Jefferson, experienced, goes hard for that. Aiden Harden fighting like a dog on bottom. Jefferson had to switch off to a neck whip.
Aiden Harden still fighting hard underneath here. Jefferson able to put him away, but Aiden Harden fought hard there, nearly got himself out. It's going to be 6 points for Pryor. Going to match this up 6-6 as we got a tie duel going into the 157-pound weight class. Only the third match of the duel so far. Again, we started at 144 pounds, and we will wrestle all the way back to 138. 157 pounds here. We're going to call him Caden Rice. I'm not sure which wrestler this is, but that's the one I'm going to go with. Wrestler from Pryor in the white. Rowan McComb of Guthrie. Nearly taken down with a pass by. Then nearly ends up on top. Heavy whipping type whizzer from the top. Keeps him from getting scored on. Nearly scores himself, and now he's back on his feet with 1:30 to go. As Rowan McComb of the Bluejays in the blue. Cade Rice of Pryor in the white. Pryor takes a shot and misses. McComb able to scramble out. Big time fireman's carry for Pryor. Caden Rice picks up 3 points. As we get down under a minute, Rowan McComb back to his quad pod. Now he gets to his feet. Going for hand control. Puts it in his hip pocket, gets away. Nice job by Rowan McComb. A very textbook quad pod stand-up and escape. But so far, Caden Rice has been in on 2 really good shots, and Rowan's going to have to do a better job of stopping that big-time double. Rowan McComb blows through, gets rolled through, and then rolls back and picks up 3 points. Holy cow, that was a fun sequence. Very unexpected. Rowan hits a blast double, one I've not seen him do before. Nails Cade Rice, who rolls through and puts Rowan on his back. Rowan rolls back through and ends up on top and gets a 3-point takedown. That was a lot of fun there. Sort of a highlight reel scramble. One of the best of the night. As the choice goes to Guthrie, Rowan McComb goes down. Pryor's on top. We're back to action in the second. McComb inside leg stand-up, gets right up. And gets dropped down with that back trip. Goes to his back but rolls through. Didn't give up any near fall. Did give up a 1 count, but that's not worth any points. And now Caden Rice of Pryor is getting to work on top here. Rowan's got to base up, get his hands on the mat, and start working for his stand-up as he's got his outside arm caught. There's a cradle on the far side. Rowan's fighting hands, trying to keep this off, and Pryor's committed to that side. He's getting his hips back now. McComb's not over yet. Fighting off this cradle. That's a 1 count. And Rowan able to break those hands and get to his feet. And Pryor was not able to get enough count for a near fall. Rowan now reaching back for a headlock as they go out of bounds. Rowan got to his feet. Pryor drops to that leg. Rowan tries for the headlock. And Pryor drives him out of bounds. We're under a minute. Second period, a lot of action in this one. As McComb does a sit out, tries to turn in, not able to. Now he inside leg post, he stands up. He's got hand control again. Pryor does a good job tripping. Rowan now tries to pick up that foot for a switch. Gets caught back underneath. Rowan McComb is on bottom here, but currently winning this match 4-1. He's got wrist control of his own now.
as he's got to try to get up and get away. And this Pryor wrestling riding that leg and not letting Rowan get out of here. He's dropped to a couple singles. He's returned him a few times with trips. Pryor wrestler just not going to give away this escape. Rowan McComb's going to get stuck underneath for this entire second period, but still in the lead, 4-3 over Caden Rice of Pryor. Choice goes to Pryor. Caden Reese chooses bottom. Rowan McComb of Guthrie now comes in on top. Quick stand up for Pryor. As he stands up and falls to that shoulder, referee immediately blows the whistle. After a 2 count. So the Pryor wrestler whose shoulder, his left shoulder, is already in a sling of sorts. He's obviously got some type of shoulder ailment. He fell to that shoulder that Rowan had that arm of and gets rolled up for near fall. And the referee stopped it once he was wincing in pain to keep the athlete from getting hurt any worse. But McComb did pick up 2 points for the near fall. That's going to put him in the lead, 6-3. As injury time runs. Now, the way this works for injury time is if a wrestler calls for an injury time, he is allowed 2 minutes to gather himself, to retape whatever needs taped, to deal with whatever ailment, let the trainers come out and evaluate, let the coaches see what's going on. Whatever's needed, he gets 2 minutes. And if at the end of that 2 minutes he is not able to continue, there will be a forfeit to his opponent. If he's able to continue and there is time remaining on his injury time clock, he can use another injury time later on in the match. But if he does, let's say he uses a minute of injury time now, and that leaves a minute of injury time left. If he were to go back into that clock and try to use another minute of injury time, it would cost him a position, which means his opponent could put him in whatever position he wants, whether that's top, bottom, or neutral. And so it kind of gives the advantage to the opponent for calling timeout. So nothing here, but that could come into play later. As Caden Rice on bottom now gets to his feet quickly. Ron McComb has to let him go. McComb up by 2. And if Rice is able to get a takedown here, he could be up and win this match still. McComb can score here. This will be big. Big for McComb. Now McComb catches him on his back. This is huge. He gets 3 for the takedown. He's got 4 for near fall. That's 7 points for Ron McComb. Nearly had the fall, and now he's back to work on top. That whole sequence puts Rowan McComb up 13-4. And he now has bonus with a major decision lead at this point. He is up 9 points against Pryor's Caden Rice. Caden Rice now still down by 8. Is going to need something big. A feet to back or a pin could still win this for him. Feet to back won't. He's going to have to try to score big here. Look for him to be dangerous. Look for him to go feet to back, try for a pin. Rowan McComb's got to stay away from anything dangerous and possibly pick up a takedown of his own. If he could just get a clean takedown of his own, McComb could just finish out on top. Pryor, though, is going to have to go for something big. Rowan in on a single leg here. He's just hanging on to this leg, not trying to go to his back, but he's swimming now for the head. He's swimming for the head. Keeping a hold of this leg, burning up this clock. Caden Rice trying to force over a half, and all Rowan McComb has to do is hang out right here. As Pryor gets 3 for the takedown, he's going for near fall now as we're running out of time. That's going to be 2 points for near fall. That was a 5-point takedown for Pryor, which erases the bonus point, but still gets a victory for Rowan McComb. He wins by 3. And that's going to be 3 points for the Bluejays as we move on to 165 pounds. In what's been a pretty fun duel here. Clayton Carey of the Bluejays. Going to be taking on Kendall Kelley. Of Pryor. Good fake there by Clayton Carey. Got a good reaction out of it. Wrestlers feeling each other out here, working for tie-ups. Minutes to go here in the first period. Guthrie Bluejays currently winning this duel 9-6 as Clayton Carey's in on a single leg. And holy cow, here, this is tough. Kendall Kelley catches Clayton Carey on his back in a little Winn-Dixie. Carey able to fight off of that. No points were given for that Winn-Dixie. And now Carey finds himself back elevated. He's got to watch his leg here. Got to watch that leg. Don't want to see this get in any bad position here. And Kendall Kelley, savvy and crafty, defensively can wrestle. And Clayton Carey able to come out on top with the three-point takedown. Roll through tilt. Referee calls him out of bounds with 5 seconds left to go. Crazy little sequence there on the edge in that scramble. Kendall Kelley on bottom now. Cross face. Trying for the barbed wire, wasn't able to get it, ran out of time. Choice goes to Guthrie. No, choice goes to Pryor. They defer to Guthrie, who chooses bottom. And Clayton Carey, currently leading 3-0, is on bottom. Of Kendall Kelley of Sapulpa, who's on top. I'm sorry, of Pryor, who's on top. Clayton Carey gets right to his feet here. Gets the escape for 1 point. It's going to put him up 4-0. Kelley with a big shot. And Carey able to block that. Kelley being aggressive here. A big 165-pounder. Kelley is a big, mature 65-pounder. Looks strong in all areas. Very thick, very blocky. Big legs, big arms, big, thick chest. Clayton Carey more of a longer, lean athlete. But strong, too. Carey's really good with heavy hips, uses leverage well, as you can see there. Stops that shot, blocks it. Now Kendall goes for the far knee tap. Carey answers right back with a high C. Kendall with a roll through as they go out of bounds. This Kendall Kelley is fun. He can scramble on these leg attacks, and Clayton Carey's doing a good job of answering back. But Kelley making it very difficult to score simple takedowns. He makes everything complicated. Snap down, go behind. Kelley was leaning heavy on that head, and Carey just snapped him down to his hands and cut the corner, went right behind and picks up 3 more points for the takedown. He's up 7-0 now over Pryor's Kendall Kelley. Hits a roll through. Peterson comes out with the legs, comes out back, picks up 2 points on the reversal. So crafty is this Kendall Kelley, but now he locks his hands, and that's going to be 1 point going to Clayton Carey. Current score should be 8-2. Back to action here, second period. Clayton Carey goes for a roll of his own. Gets loose, gets his leg out. He's trying to get the last one out. Got to be careful he doesn't hurt himself here, but that's a stall call for just hanging onto the ankle. And that's an escape for Clayton Carey. That's going to put him up 9-2. As the second period ends, what a fun one this has been. As the choice now in the third period goes to Pryor, and Kendall Kelley chooses neutral. Clayton Carey's currently ahead in this match 9-2, but this Kendall Kelley is dangerous. He's been very salty defensively. He's very crafty. Carey's going to have to be careful. He doesn't give up anything too big. Kendall tries a misdirection, not able to get it. Carey savvy to it. As he leans heavy on these collar ties. Remember, Carey snapped down and went behind real easy. The last takedown he gets. There he goes again. Carey shoots him off. As they get back to action here in the center. Minute 30 to go in the third. This has been a fun matchup. On the whistle, Kendall shoots. And now a pass by attempt as he's trying to shoot and go. Clayton Carey doing a good job of shutting this down. But look for Clayton to keep trying to score. This kid does not stop. Big time answer back. There's a roll through. Carey keeps the legs and scores 3 more points. That's going to put him up 12-2. In-house score has this at 14-2. But I do not believe there were any near fall given, so I think this is just a 12-2 match, but I could be wrong here. A lot to keep up with all these scrambles. And now Clayton Carey getting to work on top. 30 seconds to go, and Kendall Kelley seems to be out of gas here. So crafty and so dangerous early on. And now Clayton Carey's looking for more bonus. He's trying to roll through and get this tilt. As he does, this kid does not let up. Looks like he got 2 more near fall. He got 3 for the near fall. And that's going to be a tech fall for Clayton Carey. Final score 16-2. It's going to be 5 points for the Bluejays of Guthrie as we move on to the 165-pound matchup. I'm sorry, 175-pound matchup. At 175 pound, we've got Stetson Madison here. Stetson Matheson of Pryor taking on Bryson Hall of Guthrie. Heavy collar ties here. Matheson, a longer, taller wrestler. Bryson Hall, shorter and stouter. High C knee pull to the right side, left side I mean. Picks up 3 points for the takedown. Very explosive Bryson Hall, caught him leaning. From the underhook, catches the high C, turns it into an outside single. Picks up a nice 3-point takedown on the edge. That's going to put him up 3 points with 1 minute and 7 seconds left to go. Current score of the duel, Guthrie Bluejays 14. And the Pryor Tigers of Pryor at 6. A 14-6 the duel. Hall lets him go. That's going to be a point. Current score 3-1. Hall in on another deep shot. Matheson tries to scramble there. Knocks Hall to a hip, but not able to keep him off. And Hall picks up another takedown. 6-1 is the score. Lets him go. Now it's 6-2. Bryson Hall now under 35 seconds. Is going to want to get another takedown if he can. There's the same takedown again. Taps the head, goes high C knee pull. And he picks up 3 more points. That's going to put him up 9-2. Coach Jaden Davenport over here on the side screaming for Hall to ride him out. Don't give him any more points. Stetson Matheson is going to have to figure out something to slow down these takedowns of Bryson Hall if he wants to get back in this match. We'll see if they've got something up their sleeve over there in Pryor when they get their choice. Choice is going to go to Guthrie here. And Bryson Hall going to pick neutral. Whereas he's had success. He's hit 3 high crotch knee pulls to his left side. And you can see Matheson just steps heavy with that right leg, which is what Bryson's using to set that up. It's just open. When he steps, Hall's going to probably set it up again because that's the shot that's open. This time just a straight high C, sort of like a duck under, able to catch it. But Hall's just setting him up for that beautifully. Same shot, same side. Matheson's just reaching and stepping heavy. That length I was talking about earlier is playing right into what Bryson Hall's trying to do. He works in here, catches one on the edge for 3 more. That's going to put him up 14-3, and Matheson just does not have an answer for the offense of Bryson Hall, who now goes optional start. Guthrie coach over here on the side telling Bryson he needs 2 more takedowns. There's it high. There it is. Fireman's carry here by Stetson Matheson as they go out of bounds, starts to answer back. Doing what he needs to do to get back in this match. He's got to slow down that offense and get some offense of his own going. And there it is again. Taps the head, catches the high crotch, scores the 3. Bryson Hall now up 17-4, and he does it one more time. And Matheson should have something to work on when he goes home tonight and gets back to practice tomorrow. And that's going to be a tech fall for Bryson Hall. 5 more points for the Bluejays. As we move on to 190 pounds, where Josh Lunk of Pryor is going to be taking on Roston Usselton of the Bluejays. Roston in on a quick single leg. Now has it elevated. He's working hard here. Lunk doing what he can here to keep Roston long. Roston able to reach back and grab the trip. And Usselton picks up 3 for the Bluejays early in this first period. Lunk finds himself down with a heavy Roston Usselton on top, grinding hard here, heavy on these hips with a bar arm. Lunk's going to have to find a way to get it back to his base so he can get to his feet. As Usselton's heavy on these hips. Staying parallel and just driving hard, knocking the arms out and keeping Lunk stuck down here on bottom. On bottom, you want to feel loose where you can move around and kind of ping-pong your way out. And when somebody's got you stuck into the mat like that, it's really, really difficult to move in order to get yourself out. Now Roston on a heavy power half is just grinding away on top. A lot of pressure here. Lunk strong, trying to push up with his arms, just not able to overcome the size and the leverage that Roston has on him from this top position. Now 2-on-1 here for Roston. Lunk now able to get to his knees. Has advanced his position for sure. And now Usselton barring that arm to try to knock him down. And Lunk back to his knees again. It's where he's got to be if he wants to get out. But really, it's all he can do is to get to that position, and then Usselton bumps him right back down to his back or to his belly. As they go out of bounds with 8 seconds left to go. Whistle move's going to matter here. Lunk comes out hard. Usselton's able to stop that initial move and keep him down for the remainder of this first period. And as we go into the second, Roston Usselton of Guthrie is leading Josh Lunk of Pryor 3-0. Choice goes to Guthrie. Usselton's going to go down, and Lunk of Pryor goes on top. And we're back to action. Usselton quick on the whistle, gets to his tripod. He's got hand control on the far side. Lunk has to drop to the leg. Usselton now heavy with that hip. Dives right back in on a double leg. No escape, just a reversal here for 2. And that puts Roston now up 5-0. And Lunk finds himself on bottom again. And now Lunk, not sure what happened here. Lunk used his inside toe. Roston had a leg trap, so he had like a leg hook like in a lazy ride, and Lunk caught that with his toe and set out and was trying to get it's like a rolling reversal. It's not really a roll, it's not really a sit out, it's kind of a rolling sit out reversal. He tries to hit that on Roston and put a lot of pressure on Roston's knee, and I'm not sure what happened in the sequence, if Roston's knee was tweaked, if it landed funny, or what exactly might have happened, but Roston's holding that left knee. Definitely didn't like what happened there. Now Usselton being seen by the trainer here at Bishop Kelley. We appreciate those guys coming down here to check on athletes that are not even theirs. Pryor's trainer, I guess. Just want to see these athletes be able to compete at their best. Although it's a different team, they're all still just high school athletes that we're all trying to see get better, and it's nice to see the camaraderie here and their willingness to help out other athletes. Usselton, again, we've talked about injury time earlier today, but he'll have 2 minutes to Usselton's able to get back up. While we've got a second, want to give a shout out to the world-renowned and UCO alum Aaron Swayze, who's listening in on the broadcast. Just want to tell the Sways a big hello from the missus and I. We appreciate you tuning in to this 5A District 5 duel. Aaron Swayze, a broadcaster in his own right, does a great job in the Kansas, Nebraska area. World-class, top of the line he is. Roston Usselton going to work on top here. He's doing a great job just controlling things from top. There's a ton of pressure here from Roston. You can see it by the way that Lunk is trying so hard to push himself up, and he's pushing against the pressure of Usselton, who is the same weight, but he's got all this leverage coming down, and Lunk's just not able to get his hips up. Roston's covering the hips, and he's pushing down hard with his legs. Lunk just stuck here on bottom. Like I said, you want to be able to move on bottom and be like a ping pong. Move your hips left to right, get your legs up, get your hips out, get your post up, get your feet. You want to just kind of inch your way up, but when somebody is just smashing from top with this heavy pressure and you're not able to ping pong around and move, it's just debilitating. You just get stuck. It feels like you're just stuck in mud all the way up to your elbows. And now Lunk able to battle his way to his feet. Usselton trying to be heavy there, was able to keep him down. Lunk almost out on the whistle, but did not score in time. And so now it's going to be choice to Pryor, and Pryor is going to go neutral. Had no luck on bottom, wasn't able to ride on top. Going to go back to neutral and see if they can have some more luck here. As Usselton, remember, scored the big takedown early in that first period. Josh Lunk's going to need a takedown or two, or possibly a feet to back if he wants to get back in this match. And Usselton just marching towards him. Has an underhook on the right side. Roston gets underhooks, and he gets bear hugs. He'll get you real tall, or he'll just blow through on big doubles and high C's. Rarely do you see anything. There it is right there. Big-time high C by Usselton. Just aggressive. Rarely do you see Ralston do anything slick, but often do you see Ralston do things hard and aggressive. Just a bull in a china cabinet style, just a violent type wrestler who just, when he goes, he's all in, and he wrestles hard, and you saw that on that high C attempt. The way he finishes is just tough and gritty. And now Ralston back on top, grinding away again. He has an 8-point lead after that last takedown, and that will be major decision territory for him. If he's able to pull off this win with an 8-point lead, he'll earn his Blue Jays 4 additional points. As we run down under 30 seconds in this 190-pound match, we go out of bounds. As Ralston gets back on top. We're down under 30 seconds. We'll give a quick shout out to Guthrie Wrestling alumni Eli Kirk, who's a 2-time state champ for us, has been named Wrestler of the Week for the 2nd time at the University of Central Oklahoma for the MIAA region that they are in. Wrestler of the Week, shout out to Eli Kirk. Congratulations to you. Is having a heck of a year for the Broncos down there at UCO, representing his Blue Jays proud. Keep up the good work, Eli, as we finish up this 190-pound matchup. That will be a major decision win for Ralston Usselton, and that's 4 more points for the Blue Jays as we move on to 215 pounds. Wyatt Silvis of the Blue Jays is going to be taking on Aiden Lane of Pryor. Both these 215-pound wrestlers battling these ties early. Pryor now with a pass by, going for a headlock. Silva's able to escape that, but now 2-on-1. Getting crafty in these ties. Trying to pull through, trying for a big trip here. Lane tying up these arms of Silvis quite effectively. Silvis is going to have to get a little busier with his hands or get on those collar ties. Maybe try to shoot something from the outside. And there's a big pass by Lane. Now has a wrist tie. There's another pass by. Silva's going to have to be careful here he doesn't get called for stalling. There's an underhook by Silvis. Now Lane with a big over tie from that. Just an overhook of that underhook. Able to pull it out, and now he passes that arm by again. Bullies his way to this back position as they go out of bounds. No points. Silva scrambles there on the edge. And Lane had Silvis in all kinds of trouble there. As Silva scrambled out and got back in. But they were out of bounds for most of that. Lane, though, with another big pass by. Look for him to get a stall call here if he hits a couple more of those. As he's driving Silvis all over the mat. We've seen Silvis he's got outside singles and high C's. He's going to have to use one of those. As these hand fights are getting rough. Out of that first period, 0-0. Choice goes to Guthrie. Silvis is going to go on bottom. And we get back to work here. There's a bar arm chicken wing right on over. Looks like Aiden Lane was happy to receive that as he gets out front on a snake, and he runs that right over. Just bullies this thing over. He's out to the side now. Silvis is in all kinds of trouble as he's neck whipped down here. And that's going to be 6 points for Pryor with the pin. As we move on to the heavyweights, Current score of this duel, Guthrie 23, Pryor 12. Roger Garrett, I'm guessing, of Pryor, taking on Sir William Morgan of Guthrie in this heavyweight matchup. Remember, this will not be the last match of the night, as we started at 144 pounds. We'll wrestle all the way back through 138 pounds. Started somewhere in the middle. Seemed like each match went up a weight, or they've had 4 matches tonight. They started each one at a different weight. Sir Will with a big single leg. Runs over Roger Garrett for a 3-point takedown. And Sir Will, wrestling aggressive this match, allows Pryor to get up and get away on the edge. Roger Garrett earns one there. Seems like Sir Will might have just stopped wrestling on the edge, and Garrett was happy to take that point and get back on his feet. Sir Will goes for it again. Snatch single. Gets that leg. And this time Garrett was able to get out of bounds. Sir Will almost seems he's able to get it, trying to figure out what to do with it. The first time he ran him out. He was able to trip. This time he ran out of real estate, so he wasn't sure what to do there on the edge. He keeps getting that. Perhaps he'll figure out what to do. There it is again. Snatch single. Sir Will Morgan of Guthrie up 6-1 over Roger Garrett with 2 snatch single legs for 6 points. Garrett now has choice, and they are going to put him on top, and Sir William Morgan of Guthrie is going to go on bottom. And now we have a stall warning against the red wrestler. That means against Pryor. His shoe came untied. And in wrestling, you got to keep your shoes tied. Most guys tape them or Velcro them together so they don't come untied. If your shoe comes untied, you have to tie it, which is then stalling. So Sir Will, from bottom, gets to his feet, now gets the reversal. 2 more points, that's going to put him up 8-1 in what might be the best match I've ever seen Sir Will wrestle. Wrestling on the edge here. Roger Morgan tried to do a little roll through on the edge as they end up in the cheerleaders. And we go back to action. A minute and 32 seconds left to go in the second period. And Sir William Morgan of Guthrie is winning handily over Roger Garrett. Roger Garrett now gets to his feet, gets back to action, and now he's going aggressive against Sir Will. Big underhooks here. Charging in, wrestling now like he's got to have something, because he does. Goes for a single leg of his own, running those underhooks. We've got a heavyweight matchup with a lot of excitement, folks. Both these guys wrestling really hard. Arm drag, gets behind. Does not have any points yet. He's going to have to get Sir Will to his knees. Sir Will trying to peel the hands. Garrett trying to get Sir Will to the mat. Sir Will able to escape that. And no points awarded yet. As these two big boys are wrestling hard. 30 seconds to go in the second.
A lot of heavyweight action. Sir Will back on that same snatch single. Works Garrett out of bounds. As we are going under 20 seconds now, Garrett's going to need something big. He's got to get a takedown or something to get back in this match. He's got under 10 seconds. He's got this Russian tie, trying to pass it by. Heavy on the head. Sir Will blocking with the head now. A lot of backing up for Sir Will. As we end this second period, 8-2. A lot of action. Both these heavyweights are now dog tired. All the scrambling they've been doing, more than what they're used to, I can tell you that. It's 8-2. Sir William Morgan of Guthrie is in the lead. And now Roger Garrett from Pryor is coming on strong. Pushing hard, digging underhooks. Bullying Sir Will to this point. Now stall warning against Sir Will Morgan of Guthrie for backing up. He's got to stay in the center. He's got to push back as he's wearing down. Garrett is trying to lean hard. Garrett's going to need a couple of takedowns. And Sir Will has got to stay in the center. He's got to quit backing up, or he's going to get nailed for stalling again. And that's only going to help Garrett. And now Sir Will back in on that single leg again. Back on that single leg, was not able to score, but was able to make that fun. Underhook here by Garrett. Throw by for Sir Will. Pushes the hand down. Tries to score. Gets the short carry, dumps him, now comes up in on the high C. Sir Will trying to hang on. Garrett able to get the 2 points, the 3-point takedown with a minute left to go. Roger Garrett is down by 3. He's got to turn Sir William Morgan if he wants to win this match. If he lets him go and gets a takedown, he's still not going to have enough points. So he's got to get the turn, and now he's got the cross arm. Sir Will's got to find a way to get out of here. As they get to the edge, they get out of bounds. 34 seconds left to go. Roger Garrett of Pryor has the gas, and he's on top. And Sir William Morgan of the Bluejays is on bottom with 34 seconds to go. Roger Garrett has to score. He's got to lock something up. And Sir Will has got to stay off his back. And there he goes to his back. If he gets pinned, this is problems. And holy smokes, Roger Garrett come from behind victory. Wears out Sir William Morgan, able to get him turned, able to pick up the win for the Pryor Tigers in what is maybe the funnest heavyweight match I've seen all year. And we are going to move on to 106 pounds, where the Guthrie Bluejays will pick up a forfeit. As we move up to 113 pounds, Pryor is going to wrestle, let's call him Wyatt Burton. And Wyatt Burton's going to be taking on Uriah Sisk of Guthrie. As we deal with a headgear issue here. We'll go back to action. Minute and 45 seconds left to go in the first period here. Guthrie Bluejays currently leading the Pryor Tigers 29-18. And what's been a pretty fun duel so far, maybe the funnest one of the day. Wyatt Burton snap down, go behind, gets 3 points
on Guthrie's Uriah Sisk as he gets to work on top. A lot of good pressure here by Burton. As this stuck on bottom here, trying to work to his base. He gets there now. And now Burton's got a half, kind of a spiral right into a half. Sisk able to get to quad pod, but not able to get up. Now Burton running that lazy ride, sitting on that ankle, trying to elevate and get Burton broke down. As he gets the chicken wing now. Burton's got a chicken wing here on the left side. Trying to throw Sisk back in bounds. Sisk doing a good job posturing to the opposite side. Burton trying to pull him in bounds where he can score. It's always funny on the edge of the mat here. The move you practice, the way you practice it, you don't ever practice it to go out of bounds. And so when you finally get it hooked up and you want to run it, well, you're going to run yourself right out of bounds. So now you've got to modify what it is you're used to doing when you practice, because you can't run it the way you want to or else you'd run out of bounds. And so you got to pull a guy in. You got to get a little crafty. So wrestling on the edge of the mat can be a little tricky sometimes, and that's where Burton ran into there. He had the chicken wing secured, but had to run it around, and, well, running that direction was going to run him out of bounds. So he wasn't able to score there. Uriah Sisk able to fight off the chicken wing. As we go into the second period, Wyatt Burton of Pryor currently leading. Uriah Sisk of Guthrie. Sisk on bottom. Starts the second period. Burton is on top. Now Sisk able to get to his feet. Brought right back down by Burton. Burton just wrestling tough here on top. And there's a cross face to the far arm. He's going to run this up for a barbed wire if he can get it. Sisk has got to keep that leg posted. Was not able to. Now Burton's pushing on the back of the head, but lost the leverage and was not able to get that over. Sisk did a good job of just fighting hard. That was just a gritty position for him. Was able to hold off on that. And now Burton back on that ankle ride. As he gets on that lazy leg ride and the ankle. Now Sisk gets to his feet. Burton able to roll through, or not roll through, but trip. He gets Sisk back to the mat, and Sisk crawls forward, tries to get back to his base. There's another cross face. He'll run it back for another barbed wire. Sisk, good job posturing that time, posted up well. Sisk doing a good job defending these attacks from the bottom position, but just not able to get up and get out. Not able to escape. And, you know, a lot of times on bottom, the goal is to get out, but it's not necessarily a bad thing if you don't score, as long as you don't give up any points. You know, he went into this period down by 3. If he can get out of this period down by 3, that's not such a bad deal. If he just started getting tilted up, that's a bigger problem. He's going to give up more points. But it looks like he's probably going to get out of this period without giving up too many points. And now Burton's just trying to ride out this period as Sisk gets to his feet. Nearly gets out at the whistle, but runs out of time. And now choice is going to go to Pryor, and Wyatt Burton chooses bottom. Uriah Sisk of the Bluejays is on top, currently losing 3-0 as we go into this third period. Standing sit-out switch is going to get 2 points for the reversal to Burton. And that's going to put him up 5-0 as he now looks to go for takedowns. He's let Sisk up. That's going to be a point for Uriah Sisk. He's got an underhook now. Going to try to do a throw-by into a headlock. Sisk very limber. Does a good job of just passing that arm by so he doesn't go to his back. And he gives up 3 points for the takedown, but no near fall. Now Burton cuts him, takes him down. That's going to be 3 more points. Now score 11-2. And now there's a point for Sisk, 11-3. Burton's going to try to get a couple more takedowns here and get a tech fall so he can get bonus for his team if he can. But now he swims for the head. Now he swims for the head, and he's going to try to get near fall. Sisk holding on to that ankle. Holding on to that ankle, trying to scramble here. Still no points have been given. The Sisk still has that leg on the far side. As he goes to tilt him back, he's got a cradle hooked up. He got 3 points for the takedown. And now Sisk rolls through the cradle, kicks out, and earns another point. As Burton now up 14-4. That's going to be a major decision deficit. If Sisk can somehow pull out a takedown or something, he can take away that major decision. As Burton's going to try to get another takedown if he can. Will not earn him a tech, but if he could go feet to back, he might try to get a pin. Uriah Sisk tying up here hard. Burton's going to try to go for something big. They're going to run out of time, and that's going to conclude that match. Wyatt Burton of Pryor is going to be victorious with a major decision victory over Uriah Sisk. That's going to be 4 more points for the Tigers as we move on to 120 pounds. Ooh. I believe Lazarus Lee. Lazarus Lee of Pryor. Going to be taking on, this is not 120, this is 126. I guess this is Jackson Vasquez of Pryor taking on Aiden Smith of the Bluejays at 126 pounds. At 120, Pryor forfeited to Caden Herendeen, so that's a 6 more points for the Blue Jays. And now we are on to 126 pounds. Aiden Smith taking on Jackson Vasquez of Pryor. Gets an early takedown, and now he's getting near fall. This looks close to a pin. Aiden Smith trying to get his right arm through. He's pushing on the head. He's getting his shoulder out. Able to escape the fall, but not before giving up 4 near fall points. Jackson Vasquez up early with 35 seconds left to go in the first. Gets a takedown and near fall for 7 points. Aiden Smith now stuck on bottom, trying to work his way out. Working up to his base. He did a good job here getting to his base. And now Smith's going to start trying to work his way up, but Vasquez now going for cradle on the far side. Smith able to stop that. Now he's going for quad pod, but Vasquez puts a leg in. And Aiden Smith rolls with the leg, and now he gets caught on his back for a Turk here with no near fall given. The referee started to count near fall, but the time ran out before any points could be awarded. So Aiden Smith dodged a bullet on that one. Choice went to Guthrie. Aiden Smith went down. And now we're back to work here in the second period. Jackson Vasquez of the Pryor Tigers is leading Aiden Smith of the Guthrie Blue Jays 7-0. And in that initial sequence, when Aiden Smith went to stand up, Jackson Vasquez locked his hands, which is an illegal hold. You can't lock your hands around the waist of your opponent unless they are standing on their feet. And now we got a stall warning. We saw this earlier. Jackson Vasquez's shoe came untied. And so because he has to tie it, that is a stalling call. by rule. And again, normally the wrestlers will tie their shoes or put them behind the Velcro that the shoes provide, but in this case, Pryor's lost a couple of stall calls to that. Something they might ought to address before they get to a state tournament or a big match. Aiden Smith stuck on bottom here with 1:30 left to go in the second. Down 7-1. Now pops out. Did a great job there. He caught that wrist. Vasquez got lazy with that hand hanging over. And boy, Aiden Smith saw that, caught that, popped out, and got the escape. Did a great job, but this time shoots a long high C. Vasquez saw it coming a mile away, was able to get his leg back and get around. And somehow Aiden Smith able to avoid any points. Ends up still on his feet, and they're back to action. There it is, Aiden Smith. High, not a high C, but a fireman's carry. Beautifully done. Picks up 3 points of his own. And keeps on firing. Aiden Smith always in a match. Great job there. Picks up the 3 takedown. That's going to bring him closer. Still 5-7. Vasquez still leading, but now Aiden Smith going to work on top, and he will grind here. 25 seconds left to go. He's got a chicken wing on the far side, on the side you can't see. It's not in deep yet, but he does have a bar arm, and now he does have a chicken wing. Vasquez just kind of playing it cool. Now Vasquez out of that with his arm straight, gets up and gets away, and that's going to be a 1-point escape for Vasquez. Aiden Smith now, big time, underhook to a double leg. Very slick at the whistle. Aiden Smith picks up 3 more points for the takedown. That's going to tie it up. And just like that, Aiden Smith gets out and answers right back as we go into this third period. Smith now going to go optional start and going to let Vasquez go. Coach is happy with what they're seeing. His offense is starting to turn on. As Vasquez passes it by. Remember, Vasquez has a couple takedowns of his own. Aiden Smith got himself back in this match. Hopefully he can keep this action going and keep this momentum going to his favor. Vasquez is going to have to shut that down and try to turn the tide here. Smith now big-time underhook, goes for broke. Ill-advised big throw here, didn't need to do that. Really just trying to build on that momentum, trying to force something out of bounds. He doesn't need to force anything, he just needs to score. Was able to dodge a bullet on that as Vasquez could smell it a mile away, was able to sit down on that. Aiden able to get out of bounds. There he goes, ducks under for a double leg, and Vasquez catches it. Aiden Smith able to roll it over. Now he's got takedown and near fall, and now he's going for the pin. Aiden Smith, big time on top of Vasquez. 7-point takedown, and he's trying to pick up the fall. He's got this tight now. He's settled in. Vasquez fighting like a dog to get off bottom. Aiden Smith, though, not letting that happen. Jackson Vasquez is in all kinds of trouble. There's 53 seconds. Aiden Smith pulls off the upset victory. Big time pin for Aiden Smith. What might have been the biggest win so far of his career. Comes out with the fall. And 6 more points for the Bluejays of Guthrie. And holy cow, the tide turned on that one. All kinds of confidence for Aiden Smith after that victory. Boy, things can turn exciting quick in this sport. That was a lot of fun at 126 pounds. And now we're going to bump up to 132. Matt Mahalik of the Bluejays. He's going to be taking on Caleb Kelley of Pryor. At 132 pounds, Mahalik with a quick takedown. It's going to be 3 points. Mahalik going out lazy ride. Went to put the leg in, but took it out. Now he goes for the cradle on the far side. He's got it locked up. He's got to get his right leg behind. Basically, his right leg needs to go in between the legs. He's got it to the one side. He's got to get his right leg in between the legs if he wants to pull this cradle over. He's on the wrong side. There he goes. His right leg, though, he's got to get basically his legs in between the legs. But there he's able to pull it up anyway. He's getting near fall here. Doesn't look like he's going to get the pin as Kelly's arm is too far in between. And that's going to be 3 points for near fall. He did not get a 4 count. He got a 3 count. But he did a good job making adjustments there, so that was a lot of fun. As we got blood time here for Caleb Kelley of Pryor. Looks like he's got a pretty good nosebleed. His coaches are already out there trying to clean it up and try to get it to stop. It's Matt Mahalik down here. You can see Coach Jeremy Davenport in the black hat, head coach Jaden Davenport in the blue hat, and retired coach Jay Howard in the hoodie, all trying to work with Matt Mahalik. Funny thing about Jay Howard, he retired 2 years ago, and I'm not sure that he hasn't made a duel. I'm not sure he hasn't missed a duel yet or a match. He seems to be with the team every weekend and everywhere we go, even though he is retired. So some habits die hard, and when you've been in this sport for as long as Jay Howard has, that's a hard one to walk away from. It's great to see him still involved with our Blue Jays. Jay competed for the Blue Jays back in high school and had a long run in El Reno, and then came back home to coach the Blue Jays junior high team to finish out his career, and now he just moonlights as a coach for the Blue Jays here at the high school. So back to action here. Matt Mahalik is on top. With a takedown and near fall, he's leading 6-0 over Caleb Kelley of Pryor. At 132 pounds. Mahalik too high here, got way too high. And now he's got himself in trouble. That's a headlock. That's a headlock for Pryor. Rolls him over, and there right before the whistle blew, referee gave 3 points to Caleb Kelley for the reversal. I'm sorry, 2 points to Caleb Kelley for the reversal, so the score should be 6-2. Oh, and he gave 2 near fall. So 2 points for the reversal and 2 points for the near fall is going to be 4 points. I did not see him count the near fall, but I was a little excited at what was going on. I wasn't paying attention to the ref. As we have struggled tonight in-house on the game clock. The girl running the clock on our broadcast has not missed a beat, as she has plenty of experience. Miss Lindsay Silva's doing a great job over here on the camera and the clock. But in-house, they're struggling just a little bit. But that's okay. They are getting it figured out now in-house. Going to call it 1:53 is what they decided to call it, as we are now neutral in this second period. Matt Mahalik in the blue for Guthrie, and Caleb Kelley in the white for Pryor. Mahalik now passes the elbow to a high C and comes out the back door for 3 more points with a takedown. That's going to put him up 9-4. As Caleb Kelley now on bottom. Remember, He was struggling to get off on bottom, and then Mahalik got too high. He reached back and grabbed that headlock and picked up a 4-point reversal. And we're in this similar position now. Mahalik hovering here on top. Got to be careful hanging his head too far over. He at least needs to get a leg in if he's going to do that, but he's going here for the lazy ride. Now he's got a leg in. Matt's lacing the toe, which is going to get him in trouble if his hip falls down. Now he's going over for the Turk. Much better position here, as he's got Kelley belly down now. And now he's got high thigh in. That's a much better ride with a lot more pressure. Kelley able to get it out. And now Mahalik just sitting in saddle from the top position. There's 35 seconds left to go in this second period, as Mahalik maintains pressure on top. Now digging bar arms. Going back to that lazy ride. You saw him try that Turk earlier from that position. He hooked the leg and then tried to Turk. Didn't score, but was close. He's keeping that leg elevated, making it hard for Kelley to move around on bottom. And now Kelley almost coming up as we end this second period. Matt Mahalik of the Bluejays currently leads Caleb Kelley of Pryor 9-4 as we go into the third period. Choice goes to Pryor, and they choose neutral, and we're back to action here inside of the Bishop Kelley High School. They've been very accommodating today, letting us plug in and set up a table so that we could run this broadcast for you. As Kelley rushes, Mahalik able to block with his head. Comes out with an underhook now. Look for him to pass that by if he can. Kelley set down on that and nearly had a lat drop. And now other side, Mahalik shoots for the single leg on the opposite side. Able to cross through and crack it down and pick up 3 more points. As we get down close to a minute 10. Matt Mahalik currently leads 12-4. He is in major decision territory. That's going to be a bonus win if he can finish it out here. As he gets way too high here with that lace. His left leg is way too far in. He's got to crawl back on top here. Now he's in a better spot. Got the far side half. And this is a tough one. He's got that elbow high. And now he's going to try to run this over if he can, as we get into potentially dangerous. And that's blood time. So the referee stops the match, I guess, for potentially dangerous or for blood, which I would think potentially dangerous because you're not going to stop a turn for blood. But that was the call. And now Caleb Kelley for Pryor needs to clean up that nose, as Matt Mahalik has 42 seconds to remain on top if he wants to get the bonus win for his team. We've got one more match after this. The Blue Jays are going to win this, and they are going to win this duel. And that means that the Guthrie Blue Jays will advance to the 5A Dual State Championship, which is February 15 at Tulsa Union High School. It will be a one-day event this year, and the quarterfinals start at 10 o'clock. The semifinals will be at 2 o'clock, and the finals will be at 6:30. Guthrie will be wrestling at 10 a.m. for sure, and then they have to win to advance. And so as long as they win, they will advance, and if they lose, it is single elimination. And so after the loss, they will not compete again. That will, unfortunately, that broadcast will be on, I say unfortunately, it will not be on the Guthrie news page. We're not going to be able to broadcast that for you. However, it should be, at least the finals will be on, Chris might have to tell me the network we're going to put that on, but you'll still be able to watch those duels, just not on our Guthrie news page like normal. Matt Mahalik's going to win this duel here 12-4. That's going to be a bonus point win. And that's going to be 4 more points for the Blue Jays. As we bring up the last match of the night, NFHS Network. Thank you, Chris, for plugging that in. So the duels on February 15th will be able to be watched on the NFHS Network. You can pay $10 and get a full month's subscription for that. And you should be able to catch the state finals there as well. So for $10, you can catch a lot of wrestling. You can catch all the duels there. It will be a good one for you. Luke Lyons out to a quick lead here with the takedown as he gets to work. Luke is wrestling against Lane Young of Pryor at 138 pounds. Want to give a special shout out to Chris Evans. Want to thank him for all the work he's doing at home behind the scenes to make this broadcast possible. And a big thank you to the GNP network here on YouTube for allowing us to put all of our Guthrie Wrestling on that network. Chris always does such a great job helping out with all these graphics and making all this a better experience for you guys at home. I want to give a special thanks to Lindsay Silvis on the camera tonight and running the score clock. And again, I am Sean Silvis on the call. It's been a fun one here at Bishop Kelley. Luke Lyons in the first period up 3-0 with 20 seconds left to go. Has been in control this first period pretty much the whole time. Got a quick takedown and now working on a chicken wing. 10 seconds to go. He might have time to run this over. He's got that locked up tight, and that is a fall. Luke Lyons picks up 6 more for the Blue Jays to finish off this duel at 51-22. The Guthrie Blue Jays defeat Pryor as they advance to the 5A Dual State Championship. Again, that Dual State Championship will be February 15th at Tulsa Union High School. If you want to go watch that in-house, it will be a Saturday event, so we won't even have to take off work to make that one. It'll be a fun one. The 6A schools will be there as well. 5A is going to be there. It's going to be a fun event. It's going to be a one-day event, so there's going to be a lot of wrestling going on. Again, quarterfinals are going to start at 10 o'clock. And Guthrie will wrestle in that first round, and as long as they win, they will advance. Second round will be 2 o'clock, and then the finals are at 6:30. And all of the matches for the Dual State Championships 2025 will be on the NFHS Network. You can Google that, log in, set up an account, swipe the credit card, and for $10 you can watch those duels. Not just Guthrie, but whoever you want that is at that event, plus a lot of other wrestling. They've got football on that network as well, football, basketball, and wrestling. So check out the NFHS network if you want to watch this duel next week. As far as Guthrie fans, we will be back at it next Tuesday, where we will travel to Cushing for a home duel at 6 o'clock. So I believe we will be going live 6 o'clock in Cushing, and then Thursday we come back home for our homecoming event against Blanchard. That event will also start somewhere around 5 or 6 o'clock. I don't have the schedule yet for that. With the homecoming festivities, it could start a little earlier than normal. So if you want to check us out on the Guthrie News page, those duels will be here as well. And if you want to check us out at home, if you haven't made a home duel yet, you should come and watch. Thursday night homecoming should be a fun one against Blanchard. We would love to see you out. But again, if you can't make us, check us out on the GNP network. I am Sean Silvis alongside Lindsay Silvis and Chris Evans. And we want to thank you guys for tuning in. I'm going to sign off here. Maybe get home before dinner tonight. Thank you guys all for watching. Guthrie victorious today at the district duels as they come away champions of this event as they advance to the 5A dual state finals. We'll see you guys next week, and go Guthrie.